Kenneth Nobrega from Brazil. Thank you all for being here on stage with us. And I would like to start with you, Ambassador Ackerman. When the Prime Minister emphasizes on aspirational India, we talk of a recognition of equal status in the international high table. Is there, from a European point of view, is there a genuine appreciation that the old global power equations perhaps have to change? And number two, that possibly the old systems haven't been equitable to emerging economies?
Thank you very much for having me. And let me say the answer to your question is a clear yes. I think Europe and Germany in particular recognize, that India has to step up on the international stage. India has to become one of the main actors internationally, and that has to be reflected also in the international system. As you might know, Germany, Brazil, India, and Japan are the so-called G4, and we are fighting for a seat at the Security Council, the UN Security Council table. And I think India, like no other country, deserves to sit there. And we also hope that there is a reform coming up of these international formats, the international organization, its institutions. At the same time, what you see is that many countries, including mine, come to India and pay respect to this aspirational country, as you call it yourself, and want to hear what India has to say, want to involve India in a discussion on various matters, be that Ukraine and Russia, be that the Middle East, the West Asia situation. So I can say that in a couple of days my government will come and take it up with Prime Minister Modi and the ministers of the Indian cabinet to discuss these actions, because we feel that India is a very important part of the world equation, so to speak, and should be recognized for it.
And India's role under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, I'd like to put that to both you and to Ambassador Nobrega. Quickly, if you can weigh in on that before I get to the Indian voices.
I think India has proven in the last 10 years, and before even, but also in the last 10 years, that it is a very important actor on the international stage. And I just want to highlight the G20 presidency, where India has excelled and has shown what weight it has on the international stage. Without India, the declaration of the G20 would not have been possible. It was a very, very difficult moment, very, very difficult environment with Russia and the West, and India somehow succeeded in getting a very satisfactory result. And I think that shows how strong the weight of India is.
And Ambassador Nobrega, how would you see India's leadership under Prime Minister Narendra Modi of the Global South itself in terms of emphasizing and articulating the issues of the South and emerging economies?
I think the vision of Prime Minister Modi regarding leadership of the Global South, and Brazil is ready to always to be the traditional partner of India in building bridges between the Global South and West. But turning specifically to your question, I think that India has all the preconditions to assume this, to have this leadership, because it's a vision anchored deeply in reality, in the sense of the economic preconditions are there, the technological preconditions are there, the civilizational preconditions are there, because also we have a country which has a heritage, a cultural heritage on which it's building also focusing on the 21st century challenges.
And let me come to a more current issue from West Asia and what's happening in West Asia. What would be the consequences to the global power equations on that, Mr. Akbaruddin, if you can weigh in on that?
Well, West Asia is an order-defining moment for the present order, because it is an issue which started off a non-state actor taking on a state actor. And so it shows that non-state actors have grown. While we have focused on state actors, non-state actors have now the capacity to attack state actors in a manner that we never envisaged previously, before the 21st century. Having said that, it is at the crossroads of history. It's an issue which has not been resolved for 70+ years, and let's acknowledge that. Having said that, what is different today is that the fault lines in West Asia have changed. We all grew up thinking that the fault line was between Arabs and Israelis on Palestine. Today, the fault line has changed. It's now between Iran and Israel. It's a different fault line. It's a fault line which is going to have tremendous repercussions, not only for the region, but beyond that. So it is something that we all need to watch for. They say sometimes for decades nothing happens, and then in days, decades happen. These are those times, clearly for West Asia and for the world.
In days, decades happen. Ashok Malik, what would be the learnings for an emerging power from the current events that's playing out?
You know, the principal learning is that if you are an emerging economy and a fast globalizing economy, like India is, no problem is a distant problem. In 1991, when we began to open up our economy, our foreign trade was, what, $40 billion, which is very little. Today, it's close to $2 trillion. And there is a consequence to that, which means a problem in West Asia is our problem. A problem even in South America is our problem, because we have economic interest, we have political interest, we have a diaspora, we have energy prices to worry about. India has been watching the events in the Middle East or West Asia since October last year very carefully. It began with an outrageous terrorist attack. There was expected to be a strong Israeli response. There has been one. It's probably gone on longer than a lot of people anticipated. And there doesn't look to be an end date in sight, because the focus has expanded. I would only add to what Ambassador Akbaruddin said, in that spaces are opening up as Iranian proxies get pushed back, whether in Gaza, maybe even in Lebanon. Okay? We should be planning for the day after. Israel should be, the Arab world should be, frankly, India as a stakeholder should also be, because India has interest in that part of the world. In a post-conflict Gaza, a post-conflict Lebanon, India could play a role.
And in terms of crucial factors in preparing for that day after, what would you believe are the crucial, most important factors as India prepares for the day after?
You know, the fact is, what happened on October 7th last year was, as I said, a terrible terrorist attack, but it also brought back the Palestinian question to the front burner, and it had disappeared for some years, okay, for many reasons. We need to acknowledge that it's back, and we need to address it in some sort of manner. We cannot simply forget about it for the next 20 years, because there are underlying issues there that have been neglected, and we need to work on those, while being completely alive and sympathetic to Israel's legitimate security interest.
And you know, when you talk about DPI, you talk about UPI, you talk about India possibly gaining its soft power through digital public infrastructure, some would argue, or at least propose. As we move forward, what would be the crucial challenges in dealing with the existing political system in terms of, if there is a reset? This morning you had Lord David Cameron also agreeing that there has to be a reset. But is that just on paper? Or do you sense that there is a genuine in-spirit acceptance that there needs to be a reset of the global order?
Yeah, so I don't think there's a doubt that there needs to be a reset of the existing order. The challenge actually is how to reset it, not that it should be reset. I don't see challenges of a state-centric nature. The challenges are of a transboundary nature. So, for example, the challenges that we will face is that how do we, I started by saying non-state actors of the unsavory kind in West Asia, but there are non-state actors of who we all think are doing well, but they pose challenges to states. So let me give you an example. During the last 2 years, Elon Musk and StarX have launched more satellites than every country together and more than that. So before you know, you're going to have perhaps what some people euphemistically call the sovereign republic of Elon Musk in space. We need to look at how we will address those sort of challenges. Similarly, artificial intelligence, again, is what is right now in the sphere of non-state actors. You can name the companies, but they're all non-state in nature. There is no regulation of that sort. So the challenges that we will face are not only from states. I think from an Indian perspective, India is sui generis. It is unique for many reasons. We heard the Bhutanese Prime Minister just speak of them. But another reason could be that in the history of mankind, or in the history of humanity, there's never been a case where a country of 1 billion plus has pursued a democratic process. It's never happened before. It's a pioneering effort. So I think the world acknowledges that, and we see that there is an understanding of it. Having said that, the challenges will be in climate, in artificial intelligence, in space, etc., which are by definition transboundary, and states will have to work towards finding solutions from that, finding solutions for that, and those solutions will come only through partnerships. They will not come through lone rangers. We have seen lone rangers do well sometimes, but the big issues of the time require partnerships and not lone rangers venturing by themselves.
It's a very important point that you make on climate change. When you talk about space, well, the immediate challenge is climate change. And in that, the role that India needs to play, or what is expected of it, and what it wants without disrupting its economic process is extremely important. Is there a recognition of that from a European standpoint?
Of course there is. Without India, any fight against climate change is useless. It's senseless. This is the most populous country in the world. It is, without India, this equation will not work. So Germany has now, together with India, we have set up this partnership for green and sustainable development, where we join hands through common projects to fight climate change. And I must say that India is always extremely interesting in many, many levels. But one of the most interesting facts in India is that when it comes to climate change, outside the government is happening a lot. When you look at what Indian private sector does in renewables, for renewables, with renewables, is remarkable. So when we have visitors coming, I make a point of exposing them, letting them meet private sector people from India, because they can basically show us the way in many ways for the private business to invest more in renewables. I would not be surprised to see India getting a power exporter once hydrogen is really flowing, and we are looking with great interest to that. So I think India, when it comes to climate change, when it comes to adaptation and mitigation of climate change, adaptation to climate change, is an indispensable partner. Without India, nothing will work.
As you say that, is there a recognition of the economic compulsions in the process of adapting to climate change? There are specific domestic compulsions that India faces.
There's no doubt. This is an emerging market in many ways. Your energy market is not saturated yet. You need more energy, that's very clear. But when you look at the private sector in India, I think you can see how you can satisfy the need for more energy also through renewables. So it's possible, and I think the businesses that are really involved in that can show how even a non-saturated market can increase the amount of renewables in short time into a very, very satisfactory way.
Ambassador Nobrega, in terms of country-specific compulsions as you adapt to newer systems to protect from climate change, is there a recognition of the country-specific issues that perhaps Brazil faces at the international high table, or is it a one-size-fits-all solution that's often offered?
No, I don't think that one-size-fits-all solutions really will do the trick. For example, in the area of renewable energy, Brazil defends the principle of technological neutrality in the sense that, specifically in this transition era we are going through from a brown economy to green economy. We need all sources of energy which we can harness in order to protect in the short term, not only in the long term, the short term, the environment in terms of less emissions. So one example is the example of biofuel. Brazil has a success story of biofuel and has been cooperating more and more in the last years with India in order to share its experience. And I think India is moving very fast because it had set for itself a goal of reaching 20% mix of ethanol in gasoline. I think the original goal was to 2030. Now you have anticipated, if I'm not mistaken, 2025 or 26. So I see Brazil and India cooperating in order to address these challenges which are common to us. Brazil has a cleaner energy matrix, but has really a challenge in greening its mobility in addition to passenger mobility, truck transportation mobility to move goods around the country, because we don't have really a framework of railways. So, for example, biodiesel, it's the next thing in Brazil in terms of biofuel, and we are looking forward to having also this cooperation with India in terms of biofuel and also biomethane and so on and so forth. So I could speak hours here about this, but this is one aspect of our burgeoning cooperation in terms of energy.
It's fascinating.
Yeah.
One of you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah.
So, look, the climate transition is a difficult transition. It's incredibly complex. So what we would expect is that those of our partners, primarily Europe and the US and others, look at this world in a very differentiated manner. We all agreed at Paris that there must be common but differentiated responsibilities. Having said that, we now have a European Union approach called the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, which doesn't differentiate. It puts everybody on the same plane. So here's the challenge, that transition for countries like India is more difficult than for Brazil, for example, because they, in their energy mix, hydrogen is, they don't use as many hydrocarbons as us. But let's take another case, anti-forestry legislation, which Brazil has a challenge with in terms of exports of forest produce. There are other countries in the global south, if I may say, who have challenges. Indonesia, for example. If you say geotagging is essential to export forest produces to Europe, Indonesia says, well, this is against our national legislation. So here you have what we would expect is, if these are common challenges, we need to work together in a differentiated manner, understanding each other rather than working in a unilateral manner. So I would request our partners who understand us better, who have transitioned much faster than us, to be more understanding of the needs of developing countries in general.
Nuanced point that you're making there. As we talk about that unilateral approach that you just mentioned, Ashok Malik, I want to come to a bit of contentious issues as well. For instance, the India-Canada standoff that one has seen. What's perhaps the lesson for an emerging power? I mean, even when it comes to dealing with Russia, India needs to tread her path in international diplomacy. How delicate is it, and is the path getting more and more delicate, or is it getting clearer for India?
No, look, India works with a variety of partners and talks behind closed doors and has very sober conversations with a number of partners. If you look at working with Russia, for instance, the fact that India bought crude oil from Russia, refined it, sent it back into the world, into European countries, to the UK, to the US, and helped soften global energy markets is something which is well recognized. And which was done with the conjunction and understanding of a number of European and of course the US government. I mean, the think tanks and the commentators may not have understood it, but the governments did. So these conversations are had behind closed doors by diplomats, by ministers in a sober manner. If the Prime Minister of Canada has certain problems with alleged actions from India or by people who live in India or originate in India, he has a right to those concerns. But there is a manner in which they have to be put forward. If there has been a murder on his soil, it needs to be investigated. When does a murder merit a prime ministerial press conference? There's a process of doing it. If he's pushed it to that level, he will face a response which is commensurate. That is unfortunate. I mean, other countries which have had similar concerns have raised these issues in a sober manner.
So, Ambassador Ackerman, how does that view resonate with you?
I think it is a very complicated issue between countries that are very close to each other. You should not forget, I mean, Canada and India have a long standing relation, and there is a lot of Indian people or people of Indian origin living in Canada. So it's a very unfortunate development, I would say, and I trust that, this, I'm not privileged to any additional knowledge of this, but I trust that there will be a way, that the two countries find again to a sort of more constructive, and I'm sure that they will happen at one stage.
Ambassador Nobrega, this morning the Prime Minister, one of the the key message from the Prime Minister's speech was to be treated as equals. Sorry? To be treated as equals in the international fora. That was the emphasis, saying the days during Industrial Revolution, India lost out because it was occupied at that time. And now, of course, this is India's century. How does that view resonate in a country like Brazil?
I think in our domestic discussion, domestic debate regarding the position of Brazil in the world, I think this issue also comes up. Now, we need to be recognized that we have a rightful place in the international context, which is commensurate to our potential and to our population, to our contribution to civilization, so to speak. So I think you have also this debate in Brazil. But as I think Ambassador Ackerman mentioned, for example, G4 as a group of 4 countries from the West, 2 countries from the West and 2 countries from the emerging world, aspiring together to a permanent seat in the Security Council, I think is a proof that there is more and more recognition of the position, the rightful place that the big emerging countries should have in the world.
Do you want to add on to that?
Yes. So, you see, this aspiration for being treated equally in a changing world is just an extension of our independence movement. Because we gained political independence, we are economically self-sufficient now, and we hope that we are treated equally on a table where our voice is not heard. For example, the world system today, there are some system-defining powers. India and Brazil at best, or even Germany, are maybe system-influencing powers or system-affecting powers. So, with 75 years gone, I think there is a belief that it's time to reset the game. Having said that, and having worked on this reform with G4, etc., for several years, I consider myself from a generation of diplomats who have the lost generation. I started following this issue in 1990s, and I retired, and it was still on the table because we're doing business as usual. Business as usual will not lead to where it is. So we will have to change the format of engagement and move. We are in a digital age where all of us take our phone, we update, press it, and it's updated within no time. Of course, we're not saying that the international system should be that fast, but it's time for the international system to change, and I hope the next generation of Indian diplomats will benefit from the efforts of all of us.
You've sown
Can
the
I-
seeds, yes?
Can I say something? Because I think never give up hope. This is very important. It's maybe not in our lifetime, but it will come at some stage. But you have to admit that the P5, the ones who run the Security Council, everybody says it should be bigger and it should be enlarged, but frankly, it's all lip service. They don't have any intention to do so. I mean, very frankly, maybe the European countries more than the others, but there is no really willingness, no preparedness to open up. And I think mainly with China and Russia, they might openly say that they are for enlargement of the Security Council. The fact is that they are basically not, because they are very comfortable in their little club of five, And I think India and Brazil and Germany and Japan belong to this table. So I think we have to keep on fighting. But my point is here, it is certainly true that India has not the role it should have in the international fora, but bilaterally, when you see what happens in India, who comes to India, and who basically reaches out to India, India has gained a level on the international stage that is so high that you should not, ask the question of equal footing or being treated as equal. That's happening for a long time. It is true that it is not happening in New York, but the American president comes, the German chancellor comes. They seek the prime minister's wisdom and they seek the prime minister's ideas, and they feel that India is a very important partner of the international stage. So I think basically it is treated as an equal partner since a long time already.
Well, equal is subjective, so perhaps more equal than what was equal. But as we speak of geopolitics and diplomacy, I'm going to sidestep a bit. You've got a German and a Brazilian sitting here, on either side of two Indians here. We in India follow German football and Brazilian football quite a bit, from Pelé to Beckenbauer, we've followed. Have you picked up any of Indian cricket's legendary names? Can you tell me who your favorite cricketer is?
So I have to admit that my cricket is not a game I understand. Let's be very honest. I've been trying. Let me be honest with you. But secret is, football is way easier to understand than cricket. But okay, you can see Kohli is a very famous cricketer. Yeah, Virat Kohli, a very famous cricketer. But I want to say that everybody is so excited about cricket. There is one other Indian sport which is very, very strong, and where India is one of the leading powers, which is hockey. Yeah. And I'm very happy to say that next Thursday, India and Germany are playing hockey against each other here in Delhi, a friendships game. And India, the World Cup in Odisha was good for us because we won the World Cup in Odisha. So let's hope that this luck will pertain also.
Ambassador Nobrega, any cricket for you?
Well, I'm also in a learning process when it comes to cricket, I would say. But I think I can recall Sachin Tendulkar. Yeah.
Fantastic. Yes. And anyone else?
Dhoni.
Oh, well done.
Yeah, yes.
Well done.
It doesn't.
I think we should moot for a cricket match between the Brazilian mission here and the German mission here. That would be fun.
We are better playing football against each other.
Yes.
I know.
No. We have some trauma when it comes to German soccer, as you know.
Okay,
2014.
That's all time we have for sport. Requires a level playing field, so does diplomacy and geopolitics. Hopefully that's what we will aim and aspire towards. Thank you all for joining us here on stage this evening.
yet another riveting discussion, Vedant. I think it's fair to say that it's been established by all the esteemed dignitaries here that India is on the high-stakes table, on the global high-stakes table. But what exactly makes India so attractive? Many say it's our indomitable spirit, our delicious food, our enthusiasm, our capabilities, and what many call on home turf, the innate ability for jugaad.
Well, Parmeshwar, you missed out the most important thing, and that is hospitality or khatirdari, as it were. And well, how can hospitality really be tapped into as a soft power? Well, to talk more about that, we have with us Prasanna Mohile from Pernod Ricard India to talk about building a global brand, but with Indian roots. Our senior managing editor, Nikunj Garg, will take forward this conversation.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am now joined by a man who actually spreads happiness. And he represents in India a global giant about which we know the presence. However, the detail of that presence, many are not aware of. My own sense is that once you get to know the details of this this global giant's presence in India, you would be far happier. Mr. Prasanna Mohile, member of the executive board of Pernod Ricard in India, and also the head of the corporate division of their policy. Mr. Mohile, welcome to NDTV. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me to this NDTV World Summit. Congratulations, Nikunj, for the NDTV World Channel, which was launched today and which we witnessed. Pernod Ricard, as you are aware, many of them, they don't know, people know it as Seagrams.
People know it as Seagrams. So,
Seagrams.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's the entry point for the happiness, Seagrams.
So, Pernod Ricard has been in India for last 3 decades. So, we have partnered with the Indian growth story for last 3 decades here, and we have grown right after the liberalization era began, and we started our journey, and today we are here in last 30 years, a very successful operations which we have had here. Out of this 30 years, Pernod Ricard has seen in last 10 years also, we've seen a quite stable policies of the government. There was a stability there in the economic policies.
Mr. Mohile, you actually are saying that you have been in the country for last 3 decades.
Yes, we were there since last 3 decades.
And what all has been your footprint, your activities in all these 3 decades that you have been in India?
So we started 3 decades back, but today, as you see, we have almost 25 manufacturing facilities all over India. We've been exporting to almost 50 plus countries. And we also have plans to invest further in this country, looking at the way the economy of this country is growing up. And let me also tell you that for Pernod Ricard, India is the 2nd largest market after US.
Second largest market in the world that
World, yes.
And you were talking about the policy framework that you have seen in last 1 decade that have helped your company expand, and what kind of future plans that you have.
So in last 1 decade, we've seen quite stable policies by the government of India and the various states. And we've seen the economy growing there. And as I say that Pernod Ricard has also grown with that. And that is what prompted us basically to invest further and expand further in India. Pernod always had being a foreign multinational, always had a very global approach that we've been blending with the global spirit, with the Indian preferences there for the consumers here, giving them that premiumization experience.
And you talk about the global brand and the local experience or the local flavor to it. Tell me something that one of the big challenge today for any industry or any product that is related to natural wealth is sustainability. Sustainability going forward is the big theme. What is the investment that your company is doing in terms of making your products more sustainable and less drawing from the natural wealth?
So, Nikunj, basically sustainability is in the core of our operations, our values. Sustainability, you see, starts with, we've given away with the monocartons now. After we've given away with the monocartons, that has basically reduced our carbon emission by 7,310 tons annually, which
And
conserves...
this is India operations you're talking about?
Yes.
So in India operations, you have reduced close to 10,000 tons of carbon footprint.
Yeah, almost 7,310 tons annually. And we aim to go till 30,000 tons by 2030. So that is what basically the sustainability for us means. That we care for our planet Earth, we care for the environment where we are. And this company is extremely sensitive towards the climate change, the global climate change which is happening. And as the Prime Minister also said, today we basically focus on 3 T's, that is talent, training, and transformation. So this company also believes in that.
Talent, training, and transformation is a mantra that the Prime Minister has been giving for some time.
Yes, and this company also believes in that. And going further, as you talked about the investments, we are now also coming up with an investment, basically of a 200 million euros malt maturation plant, which will be the largest.
200 million euros.
Euros.
And where is this investment of yours?
So this investment will be coming in Nagpur, in Maharashtra. This will be the largest malt maturation facility of Asia and one of the biggest in country and one of the biggest in Asia.
One of the biggest in Asia.
Yeah, and this basically the main reason is that while we have this in the remotest places, we are able to contribute to the rural development of that place. So this plant, which will basically change even the crop pattern of that place, because the kind of grain consumption which will be needing barley every month, there will be almost 5,000 tons of barley consumption which will be there. So it should benefit around 80 to 90,000 farmers in and around that region. So I think when we talk about Vikasit Bharat, unless we don't touch the roots of the rural area and the corporates doesn't take this responsibility, the real Vikasit Bharat dream will not come true. So that is also one of the initiatives of Sparnorika, who decided that we go to the remotest area. We basically teach them the sustainable farming. We upskill them with the required skills. And my plan is that we might tomorrow think of having a farmers federation there from where we can, the entire supply chain value, we can source them directly.
Source the product.
So that can help the farmers. So
when you talk about taking this, your manufacturing facility or this kind of a plant, this 200 million euro kind of investment is quite unheard of, particularly when you talk of hinterland areas, the areas which are deep inside. How do you think, that you have been able to zero in while other companies, other corporates, maybe they have different products to deal with, but still to take that kind of investment to the hinterland areas has not been very successful with other companies. What's the difference here?
So that is why I said that sustainability is in the core value of our entire operations. And that is the reason when we were zeroing in on different areas on where to do that, we had a couple of them in mind, but then we thought that no, this is the area where Today, the need of the farmer is there with where we can invest, make them also, sustainable there for the years to come. And that is what Pernod Ricard is all about. I mean, it is not just selling spirits. We sell spirits, but we also make
you
the
sell
lives
spirits
of
and you shape.
the last man happy. We try and bring smiles to the last man also. I mean, we try and make them happy. So that is what this company is all about, the conviviality factor.
The conviviality factor. That's a very important
Yes.
term that you bring in. But, Mr. Mohile, let me ask you one thing. That your company is a multinational. It has presence. It's a French giant. You have your roots in various countries. Challenge for such a corporation will always be, and people will always view you from that prism. And that prism will be, how much of the local produce can you source and integrate into your supply chains, integrate into your top-of-the-line brands, like some of the brands which are actually iconic?
Yeah, so you're right, Nikunj. And that is what, I mean, today, if you see, we've been known by some very iconic brands like Blender's Pride, our largest selling Scotch, 100 Pipers, Royal Stag, most of the people they know who watch cricket because it's associated with sports. Blender's Pride is there with the fashion. So we've always had this approach of local, wherein we basically try and blend the whole thing with the local resources there. We do the local sourcing so that, we give them the premiumization flavor by...
How do you do the local sourcing? You say that you are doing the local sourcing. Now, let's say you are setting up this massive mega plant of some 200 million euros. Now, your supply chains have to be spread. The farmer has to change his produce according to you. So you think, all of this can be a successful experience and you can take it forward?
Yeah, obviously we can take it forward because ultimately, see, this is the organization when we say locally sourcing, we take it from grain to glass. It is all locally sourced here. And that is how today, if I speak about the employability, 9 lakh jobs, many of them would not know, 9 lakh jobs.
9 lakh jobs.
9 lakh jobs. That is the contribution basically of Pernod Ricard
That is almost
today.
close to 1 million jobs.
Yes, 9 lakh jobs are basically created. That is the kind of contribution Pernod Ricard has. Out of which 6 lakh jobs are into the agriculture sector because grain is my main raw material from where the spirit comes. So
6 lakh farmers is what you are directly touching the lives of.
Exactly. So that is the kind of contribution which we have. And Pernod Ricard today, if you see in terms of economics also, the kind of contribution Pernod Ricard does, Pernod Ricard has almost direct 21,000 crores direct by way of direct taxes, which we contribute to the Indian economy.
That is the kind of tax contribution that you people
Yes, it's a direct tax. Around 40,000 crores is the contribution to the GDP through the value chain. So we have a very sizable contribution to the Indian economy there, and we are growing. We believe today in the economic policies of this government, and that is why we are going ahead with all our expansions and investment plans here in the country. And that is how today India has become the second largest market after US.
On our theme, India Century, you make a very important point that we believe in the policies that are being enacted in this country right now, the way the country is being run.
Yes.
And that is why you have your massive investment plan. Before I let you go, Mr. Prasanna Mohile, let me ask you one more question, and that is that many in your industry and many neutral observers have spoken about giving a sort of a structured industry status like FMCG or like IT-enabled services, etc., to alcobev industry. What do you think, are the challenges in it, and how do you think the industry itself can benefit and then in turn benefit the country's economy?
Good question, Nikunj. I mean, we were also figuring this out, that even after contributing so much, our only small request always has been that if we come into the mainstream sector, then probably, there will be more investments and more employability in this particular sector. And we can also leverage whatever the government programs are, government schemes are. I think if we need this kind of a little status there as an industry tomorrow, so that we also get the benefits like what others get.
So that is where you can probably leverage the various government schemes,
Yes.
where various government incentives,
Yes.
and probably catapult yourself
Absolutely.
at a place where you are on the front rows of industry segments.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prasanna Mohile. Thank you
you,
very
sir.
much for joining the NDTV.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me here.
And
Thank you.
keep spreading the happiness.
Thank you. As my name goes, we'll definitely spread happiness all across.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, it's close to 4 p.m., and here's hoping the spirits are indeed high. But do you lately sit and wonder or analyze whether India's robust bull market is likely to continue for the foreseeable future? If you do, then this next conversation is the one for you.
Absolutely. We are delighted to now invite on stage Mr. Mark Mobius, who will be in conversation with market veteran Ramesh Damani to take us through what are going to be some of the key growth drivers as far as India is concerned.
Please, sir.
Good afternoon, guys. We've heard a lot of catchphrases today, the Indian century, Viksit Bharat, DPI, but the phrase that resonates most with market men is what his boss used to say, that the four most dangerous words in the English language, or the four most expensive words in the English language are, this time it's different. Is it different? To cut through the cacophony of clutch phrases that we've heard today, I'm joined by Mark Mobius. Just to introduce him, he is considered the Indiana Jones of emerging markets. He lives in Dubai, but he travels every other day. He's written 12 books, and he's considered now the father of emerging markets. Mark, welcome, and thank you for the chat.
Thank you. Nice being with you.
Mark, I talked about Sir John Templeton.
Yeah.
And he was your first boss almost.
Exactly.
What did you learn from him about emerging markets that still resonates with you?
Well, the first and foremost thing is that he was a global investor. He said, look, if you want to find the best bargains in the world, of course, he was a bargain hunter. The best thing to do is look globally, not only look in the US. And you must remember when he started, that was in the late 30s and 40s, Americans thinking of investing overseas was a very strange thing. And he was the guy that really started it all. And then in 1987, he started the very first emerging markets fund listed in New York and asked me to head that up. So it was really an incredible beginning for me because in 1987, things were not too developed in emerging countries in terms of stock markets.
Think global is what he taught you, right? And
Exactly. He thought
Japan
global.
was his first global market that he kind of saw as opportunity.
No, he was investing globally before that. He was one of the first investors to go into Japan from the US. But emerging countries was a new field. And at that time, I was living in Taiwan. And I had been working for a broker in Hong Kong. And I'd gone to Nassau, Bahamas to present to him. And he probably thought of me as probably a good sacrificial lamb to go into emerging countries. Because we raised $100 million. In those days, it was a heck of a lot of money because there were only 5 markets we could invest in. India was closed. China was closed. All of Latin America was closed. It was only a few countries in Asia.
Philippines, Indonesia.
Philippines, Hong Kong, Malaysia, Singapore, and Mexico. That was it.
Which leads me to my next point, Mark. Why do you think some countries become rich and some countries remain poor?
Why do
some countries become rich and why do some countries remain poor?
Well, it's really, this is one of the reasons why emerging countries and emerging market concept was so important, because the World Bank and the IFC, these international organizations, began to finally realize that if you want to create wealth, you've got to create a market economy. In other words, you've got to have free enterprise. You've got to have entrepreneurs, free of government interference. That was a critical decision by these organizations because, I studied economics at MIT.
Yes.
And all the economists were racking their brains. How do you make countries rich? In those days, they were called the third world, the poor, the underdeveloped, and so forth and so on. And after all this research, they finally came to the realization that, yes, you had to have good regulation by the government as sort of an umpire, but you had to have a market economy. And with a market economy, you need stock markets to raise capital. So that was really a big turning point for me and I think for the rest of the world.
So China became rich or richer despite having a political system that wasn't free, but a market economy that was free?
Exactly. If you remember Deng Xiaoping, what he said, I don't care if the cat is black or white, as long as he catches the mice. Yeah. And another quote that he made was that to become rich is glorious. I mean, that was a revolutionary statement for a communist to make. And that's, I think that's the reason why China has become what it is today.
But you follow companies and you follow countries for a living. When you follow companies, Mark, give me a financial metric that you look at. Is it P ratio the most important thing you look at, or the other financial metrics you look at?
I don't look at PE the way I used to. In the past, everybody was looking at PE. And I found that this was not a very good metric because the E of the P, the E was always backward looking. They of course, they tried to make projections of the E, but they really didn't do it very well, and it was not very accurate. So the metric that I look at now is return on capital, return on equity. This metric is very, very important. Because interestingly enough, the other metric we look at is debt equity. And if you have a high return on capital, you usually have a very low
return on equity.
Because you're generating cash. So I look at that, and I also look, of course, at earnings growth. But probably the most important element in all this is the quality of the management. What kind of people are you dealing with? Which is why I travel a lot, and to meet managements, to see who they are, what they look like. Of course, you can be misled, but
I have to ask you this. You're 88, you look 68, and while you find long-term stocks, what is the key to your long-term health?
By the way, I love being 88. You know why?
No, why?
I can go to a ticket counter and say, I'm 88, give me a discount.
Senior citizens discount.
So, every place I go, I'm getting discounts. It's wonderful. And the other wonderful thing is, at least in the Middle East, and also here in India, very often I'm on a train standing up and people give me their seat.
Yes.
Which is kind of embarrassing for me to say, do I look that old? I mean, come on. But anyway, it's nice to be 88. I'm constantly learning. One of the things I found out was that in order to remain healthy, you have to exercise every day. So every morning I'll get up. This morning I got up at 7 o'clock. I went down to the gym, got on the bicycle for a half hour. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, as I say, I'm constantly learning. And I recently read a book called Grain Brain, which I recommend to everyone here.
The brain drain.
Grain Brain. Grain
Okay.
Brain.
Grain brain, okay.
And basically, the author says, look, get rid of bread. Get rid of grains, because it's not good for the brain.
Right.
But the other interesting thing he mentions is that curcumin,
Say that again, please.
curcumin
Kirkman, okay.
that you have in Indian food is very good for the brain, which is why I think there's so many intelligent Indians. I think it's your diet. All your spices are helping your brain. And curcumin is one of the top ones. But there are a lot of things that I'm learning as I read health books. One other very interesting thing about this book is he said, don't worry about high cholesterol. You know, everybody worries about high cholesterol. I've had high cholesterol all my life. I had very high cholesterol. Every time I go to the doctor for a checkup, he said, okay, you got to take statins. And I was always suspicious. And I said, I don't like the idea of statins, the side effects and so forth. Sure enough, this book says statins are no good for you, and don't worry about high cholesterol. What you should worry about is what's the general health of your body, because cholesterol is essential for your brain. Your brain is made up of cholesterol. So I'm constantly learning these things, and of course every day I take vitamins. And another thing I've been taking recently, which I recommend to everyone, I'm not a doctor, I better not make a recommendation, but one of them is metformin.
For diabetes.
Metformin, because I've met a few doctors who treat diabetes patients, and they said that they found out that the patients taking metformin live longer.
And you're proof of that.
No, but I don't know whether that's the effect, but that's helping.
But you talked about long-term longevity. But for the last 10 years, the Dow and the S&P 500 have outperformed emerging markets. So is emerging markets still a place to be?
Actually, if you look closely, you'll find that India has outperformed the US
India
market,
has, yes.
S&P. And recently, with the resurgence of China, the emerging market, MSCI Emerging Market Index, is outperforming the US market. So the problem with emerging countries or emerging markets is that they're so varied. You lump them into one big pot, and of course the outliers tend to drag down the rest. And you've seen that in the case of China recently. But the bottom line is that emerging countries are still, on average, growing at double the rate of the developed countries. Now, if a country is growing at double the rate of another country, that stock market is going to do better over the long term.
Mark, though, in your experience, do you feel there's a relationship between GDP growth and the stock market? Do they always move in the same direction?
They won't move in the same direction, but the general trajectory will be that way. If you have a high growth country, you're going to get high growth companies and therefore high growth market.
But can it be priced in at some point? Can the valuations, can the market GDP growth continue, say like in China, but the market not perform?
Well, you must remember, in the case of China, the GDP has gone down. They've had a big downturn in the market, and of course in the GDP, and that's been reflected in the stock market as well. But one other important point, and by the way, our previous speaker made a very interesting, shocking comment. He said that the second largest market in the world for them, Bernard Richard, is India. Now think about that. Now here's a company that's not listed in India, I don't think, is it?
French.
It's listed in maybe the US or Europe. So what we're doing now is thinking, let's not just focus on emerging market stock markets. Let's look at the US market. Let's look at the European market, because a lot of these companies are making money in emerging countries.
You know, it's very, Warren Buffett was asked the same question in '87, the year you started, and he said, my exposure to emerging markets is through Coke.
Because
exactly.
Coke sells in 100 countries of the world.
Exactly.
Let me bring you back to India since you started on the topic. It's been the third term of Prime Minister Modi's government. The stock market is saluting him. What are the reforms that you think he got right?
What he got right was trying to be all-encompassing to all the people of India through digitization.
The first thing is digitization.
That, I think, was a revolutionary idea and concept that included everybody. He was inclusive, and it accelerated what was happening in the market. I never forget, it was 5 years ago, when they were starting the program with the card, the magnetic card. I went into this little village. There were no roads. You know, the houses, you know, a very poor village. They were doing the ID.
The Aadhaar ID.
They were taking the eye eye picture, and of course, some people didn't have fingerprints. So to me, I thought to myself, this is revolutionary. Because after these people got their card, they went around the corner to a representative of the bank and opened a bank account.
Bank account. And now you can transfer money seamlessly.
Exactly.
UPI payment.
Exactly. This is revolutionary.
Digital infrastructure, of course, everyone has complimented India head and shoulders thanks to Modi's leadership. What other things did he get right?
I think the other thing he did right was to open up more and more because I always think of India as the United States of India, because they're different states.
Different states.
I mean, it's mind-boggling when you think about it. Here, you're one nation, but you're all speaking different languages. And it's not only spoken languages, written languages are different. So what did he do? The first thing he did was unify the tax system, the cross-border taxes.
GST.
This is an incredible accomplishment.
Incredible change, yes.
This is something that, you know, probably would have taken a century.
Politically impossible to do, and yet that went through
he did
Parliament.
that. It's an amazing accomplishment. So that set the stage for more communication between the states. I remember one time we were driving from one state, it was in the south, I can't remember what state it was. We were going from one state to another, and we stopped. The car stopped. I said, wait, what's happening? He said, we have to get permission to cross.
Right, even for tourist car, rental car, buses.
So, I mean, what he's done is begun the unification of a country, which is quite remarkable. But at the same time, what is really remarkable, I think, which is a great strength of India, is the incredible diversity. The fact that you have these different cultures, different languages, which results in incredible creativity. You know, you must remember, at the end of the day, future is with creative people who are creative.
The intellectually property owners.
That's what's going to create wealth going forward.
Mark, you've publicly said that you're very bullish on the Indian real estate sector, the Indian semiconductor sector. What's the case there?
I think in the case of real estate is that standard of living is going up, and people want homes, and you got to meet the supply.
And you can't manufacture land.
And you got to go for it. You got to either build up, or you've got to go into other remote areas. So I think this is going to be a very, very big growth area. And don't forget, you've got a young population, and they're going to want more and more.
More nuclear families happening.
Yeah.
But I have a quibble about the semiconductor sector. India is not going to be a fab power. I mean, I just can't see India. Maybe design, maybe usage, but fab power, you think India will do well in fab?
I definitely think India is going to become a leader or the leader in semiconductor production in the future. And the reason why I say that is, first of all, the demand. You've got a market here that's one of the biggest in the world, number one. Secondly, it's a relatively open economy. So you're going to be able to take technology from China, from Taiwan, from the US, wherever. Thirdly, you've got an incredible software industry already. You're the largest exporter of software in the world. And if you look closely, you'll find that many of the very large IT or tech companies, particularly semiconductor companies, are already doing software in India.
The software, yeah. But Intel, with all its manufacturing prowess, is at a 20-year low. Intel, what gives you the faith in the Indian fab business?
The fabs will come here. Why? Because you've got the population, you've got the labor force. And I remember a few years ago, I was meeting an Indian friend of mine, and we were talking about this. And I said, I think India's going to become a big semiconductor manufacturer. And he said, oh no, Indians are not as patient and not so good with their small things like the Chinese are. I said, have you ever visited the places where they're polishing these tiny diamonds in India? Come on.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll be able to do a very good job here, no question about it. But it requires huge amounts of capital.
Capital, power, clean
and
water.
that's going to be coming.
That's good. Okay, Mark, you interviewed Barron's a few years ago, maybe during COVID time, the newspaper Barron's, in which you actually recommended 3 Indian stocks. You recommended Apollo, APL Apollo Tubes, Persistent Systems, and Metropolis Labs.
Yes.
What do you think of the 3 now? Would you still buy them, or are there any new ideas, particular stocks you care to share with us?
I would still hold them, but I would look at some of the other companies that are coming up that are looking very good. It's really interesting when we do a scan, we do a global scan using the criteria I mentioned.
Return on capital, return on equity.
India, China, then the US. So you can see where the value is. Even now, with a lot of people say, oh, the stock prices have gone too high. And I say, yeah, you're looking at it in terms of PE, but you're not looking at it in terms of growth. So I think there are still plenty of opportunities.
Great. The last bit of advice before I get a rapid fire round with you. What is the investment advice you'd give to your younger self?
What I would say is don't be in a rush. Take your time, study carefully, and listen to the market. Because at the end of the day, yes, we have to be logical. We have to look at the facts. We have to talk to the management. We have to make a decision on numbers. But I have the saying, emotion is the potion.
Emotion is the potion.
The market is built on emotion. So you have to pay attention to the emotion of the market.
The psychology of the
The
market.
psychology of the market and the way, what people are thinking and acting upon. It's very important.
All right. Let's do a rapid fire with Mark. Mark, an Indian promoter who you've always admired.
Tata.
The Tata Group, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I remember meeting him many years ago, and he was a guy who was a titan of Indian industry, but he was the most humble and the most honest guy. He was terrific, very nice guy.
And the legacy still shines through. Mark, you wrote your PhD thesis on communication satellites,
Yes,
I believe.
yeah.
What do you think of Elon Musk?
Well, it's really interesting. Now, here's the idea and the reason why creativity is so important. Because a lot of people don't remember that a communication satellite, the simultaneous satellite, with 3 satellites, 26,000 miles in the air, it looks like it's moving at the same rotation of the Earth. So they appear stationary. Who thought of the idea? Arthur Clarke, a science fiction writer. He included this concept in one of his science fiction stories. And Hughes Corporation caught up on this. And at that time, President Kennedy, when I was doing my thesis, was trying to break up AT&T, which was a telephone monopoly in America. And there were 2 competing ideas, a simultaneous satellite like Hughes, and the satellites that were low altitude that had to be tracked. And of course, AT&T, they were the only ones that could do that.
Right.
And thankfully, Kennedy and the Congress decided on the simultaneous and that was my first stock idea. I bought Comsat Corporation.
Yes, I remember hearing that. Okay, from satellites to cartoons. You're very fond of Charles M. Schulz. Why? Snoopy.
No, I got involved with Snoopy and the Peanuts business because I had a consulting company in Hong Kong. And of course, I was doing all kinds of consulting. In fact, I came to India once to do a project on the leather industry for the UNDP. But anyway, one day a lady from California arrived at my office and said, we're looking for manufacturers of toys. And I said, well, what kind of toys are you doing? She said, we got the rights for all of the Peanuts characters, Snoopy, Charlie Brown, all the rest of it. So we found manufacturers in different parts of Asia. Then I said, why don't you start selling this here? She said, you think people would like it? I said, children around the world love toys. So we started selling, and that became a bigger business than my consulting business.
Okay.
So it was really interesting.
I'll ask the audience, how many countries do you think Mark has visited? Shout it out. One more, not more than 74. Actually, it's been 112 countries, right, Mark, the last time I checked? Your favorite city in the whole world, you've been to 112 countries. Which is your favorite city?
Favorite city, I like so many cities. Every city I'm in, I like. I like New Delhi when there's no fog.
And Dubai, because you're settled in Dubai.
I would say for fun, Rio in Brazil, Rio de Janeiro.
Rio, yeah. The Brazilian ambassador would have been happy to hear that. The Brazilian ambassador was here, would have been happy to hear that.
Yes, I noticed that, yeah.
Blame it on Rio, anyway.
Yeah.
Last rapid fire question for you. Do you have a favorite Bollywood film and a favorite Bollywood actress?
Bahubali.
Bahubali, okay.
Both, it's the first and second. I like them both.
That's a surprising choice. Any Bollywood actress you can think of?
Well, the star, I can't remember the name, the star of Bahubali was very good.
Okay, great.
Very excellent.
You know,
and the other character I loved in that film was the bad guy, the evil guy. So when I was in Hyderabad last year, I had to go to the Ramali theme park, and I had a picture taken with a statue of this bad guy.
And you saw this on video? You saw this on video, Bahubali, or in the theater?
No, I saw it in the films here. I saw it
in a
first.
film, okay, great.
Yeah.
You know what they say about traveling, Mark, that traveling leaves you speechless and then makes you a storyteller. But what traveling has done is made you a great stock picker and what we call the Indiana Jones of emerging markets. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the lovely chat.
Thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you.
Well, don't rush and take it slow. These are words we rarely get to hear in a newsroom. But as you are all aware, New Delhi has seen a series of diplomatic victories. And as our External Affairs Minister has said before, where we have to take a stand, we do not hesitate, we do not come under pressure, and at the same time, there is a constant assertion of our relevance.
Well, for External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, foreign policy is defined by a single two-word mantra, India first. And that has really become something that has been echoed and reiterated by global leaders. To talk about the India century, diplomacy redefined, it's our honor to invite on stage Dr. S. Jaishankar and NDTV's Editor-in-Chief, Mr. Sanjay Pugalia.
Welcome to NDTV World Summit 2024. The theme is the India Century. You heard Prime Minister Narendra Modi this morning how he describes the India Century. Now we should understand and break it down how the whole thing will actually unfold looking at the global uncertainties. Here Dr. Jaishankar is the best person to talk today. And just now a big news has broken. We will talk about it later. Thank you, External Affairs Minister Shri Jaishankar ji, for sparing time for us. Let's start with equations, how it works globally. We all know that current global order is being challenged majorly by various forces. How do we see ourselves, our West, which itself is now in a very difficult situation vis-a-vis India?
First of all, let me say what a great pleasure it is to be with you and with at this NDTV platform. So, let's look at your theme first, India's century. If one were to predict ahead, and there are people who have done this, I think I saw some time ago a Goldman Sachs study which said that by 2075, I think it said we'd be 52.5 trillion economy, we'd be the second largest probably at that point of world. But I think a much nearer short-term prediction is that by 2030, we would probably be the third largest economy. So that's one way of measuring it. But I think there are other ways which may be more effective. If you look today at the big debates of technology debate, AI debate, semiconductor debate, I think the importance of Indian talent and skill is growing really almost day by day. In fact, when I go, especially when I go to Europe, to some extent to North America as well, there's a lot of interest really in how can we get this smooth movement of talent and skills out of India, because the fact is that within certain demographics, we are actually disproportionately large. I would also say if we look beyond numbers, beyond growth rates, beyond markets, supply chains, there's also one very I would say intangible quality, and that is leadership and attitude. That who will step forward? That if you have today a war going on in Ukraine, who is prepared to step forward? If you have a natural disaster in the Indian Ocean, who is prepared to step forward? So sometimes there may be countries who have capabilities, but they don't have the desire or the appetite or the mindset to do that anymore. So I think if you add all of this, you are somewhere in that zone which you are looking at.
Since US and Canada are main players in the western part of the world, US we will deal a little later, but what about Canada's situation? How are we dealing with it? Now, have we contained it?
Just imagine, some time ago you would have said, Canada we will deal with later, let's talk about the US. So now, for some inexplicable reason, you are saying US baad mein baat karenge, chalo Canada ki baat karte.
US is not problematic for us.
No, that's true, I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
US is not problematic for us.
But Canada is, even though it's a lightweight.
Unfortunately, I agree there also.
But such a wonderful people-to-people relationship, and now it is a struggling economy and whatever. But why Trudeau will be doing this?
I think that's a question you need to have Trudeau here, not Jaishankar, to answer. I can only speculate. Look, to some extent, I think there is a general Western issue, and to some extent, a very specific Canada issue. I think the Western issue has been, after all, let's be frank, the world order after 1945 was heavily Western. I mean, it was before 45 also in an imperial colonial sense. And after 1990s, it was again very, very Western. So what has happened, you can say, in the last 20, 25 years, is that there is what you can call a rebalancing, a multipolarity. Many non-Western countries have a bigger share, a bigger contribution, a bigger role, if you would, and a bigger influence which will naturally come. So the equations, in a way, between the West and the non-West, I think is changing. And it's not easy to adjust to that. You know, if you've been dominant and you are less dominant, you know, if there was a time when, you know, in the conversation you were looking up and I was looking down, and now the conversation is no longer like that. It takes a little bit of getting used to. So I would say, in a broad way, on multiple subjects, today, when the natural diversity of the world has started to express itself, when many more countries, and particularly many more large countries like India or China, have points of view and positions to take, there will be contestations, there will be frictions, there will be arguments. So it won't be so smooth. You know, that's a larger picture. Where Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that. You know, you are right. If you look at the people to people, if you look at the business relationship, it's very, very strong. You know, for a lot of people, it is very difficult to imagine that we could reach the state of relations that we have today. So why has this happened? I would say definitely there is some history, you know. I mean, for the non-Indians in the room, I should remind you that in the 1980s, Air India plane was blown up flying out of Canada, and in many ways that's a kind of a overhang, because it wasn't just an incident, it was a reflection of something which was going on there. But at a time when many people felt that, look, that's all behind us, I think developments in the politics went in a different direction. And we are seeing to some degree the consequences of that. So again, I give you the first observation that, you know, the broad attitude versus the specific. And I'll give you 2-3 examples of it. You know, Canada has just, they asked us to subject our High Commissioner to a police inquiry, you can say, and we chose to withdraw the High Commissioner and diplomats. Now, you know, look at it. They seem to have a problem if Indian diplomats are even trying to make efforts to find out what is happening in Canada on matters which directly pertain to their welfare and security. But look what happens in India. Canadian diplomats have no problem going around collecting information on our military, on our police, profiling people, targeting people to be stopped in Canada. So apparently, the license that they give themselves is, you know, is totally different from the kind of restrictions that they impose on diplomats in Canada. Or even take the press. I'm at a press event. Now, you know, when we tell them, saying, look, you have people openly threatening leaders of India, diplomats of India. You know, sometimes the threat is not just verbal, it's physical. So their answer is freedom of speech. Okay? Now, when Indian journalists make social media comments, I mean, if you threaten the Indian High Commissioner, he is supposed to accept it as freedom of speech. But if an Indian journalist says the Canadian High Commissioner walked out of South Block looking very grumpy, it is apparently foreign interference. Now, how, look at the, I mean, this is not even, double standards is a very mild word for it. So, look, there is this thing that we will do it differently at home, we will do it differently abroad, we will do it our way, but that doesn't apply to you. So I think these are the larger, I would say, adjustments which have to happen in this changing world.
वेस्ट को थोड़ा सा ये समझने की ज़रूरत है कि क्या चेंज हुआ है. अगर वो एक्नॉलेजमेंट नहीं आएगा तो वो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व नहीं होगी. तो जो अमेरिका या वेस्ट लेड ग्लोबल ऑर्डर चल रहा था, नाउ इट इज़ कोलैप्सिंग. देयर इज़ अ मेजर चैलेंज टू दैट framework.
मैं तो नहीं कहूँगा कि it is collapsing, but
challenges are there. Look at the biggest or best democracy and institutions in America are in difficult situation. Let's not go into that. But the question is, अगर अमेरिका ये रियलाइज नहीं करेगा कि इंडिया या वो देश जो बहुत कल्चरल कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ आते हैं, उनको इक्वल पार्टनर के रूप में और कहीं कहीं उनको प्राइमेसी देते हुए वो दुनिया में अपना कोई रोल प्ले करने की कोशिश करे और सोचे कि नहीं अभी भी दुनिया हम चला रहे हैं, तो ये एक बहुत बड़ी गलती होगी, लेट होगा और दुनिया उतना अच्छा नहीं बन पाएगी जितना अच्छा हम बनाना चाहते हैं.
नहीं, देखिए ऐसा है, मैं पूरे वेस्ट की मैं बात तो करूँगा क्योंकि सिविलाइजेशनली आप कह सकते हैं, कल्चरली वो जुड़े हुए, बट मैं ये नहीं कहूँगा कि ऑल ऑफ देम आर ऑन द सेम पेज या सब लोगों को वो समझ नहीं है. इनफैक्ट आपने अमेरिका का जिक्र किया, मैं तो उल्टा कहूँगा कि अमेरिका में वो समझ है. इसीलिए अगर आप ये क्वाड जो 2017 में जो बनी थी क्वाड, आप ये क्वाड देखिए, तब तक अमेरिका कहता था कि अगर आप ट्रीटी अलाइन नहीं हैं तो मैं आपके साथ बियॉन्ड अ पॉइंट आई एम नॉट प्रिपेयर टू वर्क विथ यू, उसकी लिमिटेशंस होंगी. नाउ they've evolved, they have changed. Today आप पिछले 7 साल में देखेंगे how much quad has actually grown. So I would say this, when I go to Europe, when I go to definitely US, North America, there are countries which have understood this. There are countries today who say there is a value to working with India. There are countries who say, okay, this is our interest, this is India's interest, let us find a meeting point. Now, the unfortunate thing is that didn't get through in Canada, or maybe the political compulsions overtook that. I mean, as I said, I can only speculate on the reason. So I would not say, पूरे वेस्ट को समझ नहीं है कि जो उनकी ऑर्डर जो है वो चल नहीं पाएगी हमारे बिना. You see, we will all come to understandings. We will, world is a very practical place. तो वो समझते हैं, बहुत लोग एडजस्ट भी करते हैं, कोई कम करते हैं, कोई ज़्यादा करते हैं, कोई कुछ सब्जेक्ट में करते हैं, दूसरे में नहीं करते. So all of that will happen. But it is just in this spectrum, मैं कहूँगा Canada is way behind.
Right. अब चलते हैं चाइना की तरफ, जहां आज एक बड़ा डेवलपमेंट हुआ है. फॉरेन सेक्रेटरी ने ब्रिक्स मीटिंग के ठीक पहले ही हैज़ अनाउंस्ड दैट सम एग्रीमेंट हैज़ बीन रीच्ड for disengagement and patrolling. So I'll be very keen to know some details, how it will work.
Well, I think what Foreign Secretary has said is what I can also say, that for those who have not heard that we reached an agreement on patrolling, and with that, the disengagement, we have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say has been completed. So, so far I would say that's as much as I can share with you. I'm sure in due course इसके details वगैरह निकलेंगे.
So will now India be able to patrol in the areas of Galwan, Depsang?
No, you see, there are areas which for various reasons after 2020, because they had blocked us, so we had blocked them. So dono tarfa tha, Bob. So what has happened is we have reached an understanding which will allow the patrolling. For example, you spoke about Depsang. That's not the only place. There are other places also. So I think the understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
Right. So what does this disengagement will finally mean, and how do we now see India-China relation going forward?
I think it's a good development. It's a positive development, and I would say it's a product of very patient and very persevering diplomacy. That at various points of time, people almost gave up. You can say, this has happened. So we have always maintained that, on the one hand, we had to obviously do the counter deployments, but side by side, we have been negotiating. We've been negotiating in fact, since September of 2020, when I met my counterpart, Mr. Wangi, in Moscow at that time. So it has been a very patient process, maybe more complicated than it could and should have been, but whatever it is, the fact is, if we are able, as we now have, to reach an understanding regarding patrolling, regarding maintaining observing the sanctity of the LAC, then I think what it does is it creates a basis that the peace and tranquility, which there should be in the border areas, which there was before 2020, hopefully we will be able to come back to that peace and tranquility. And that was our major concern, because we always said that if you disturb the peace and tranquility, how do you expect the rest of the relationship to go forward? So we'll have to see. I mean, abhi jo understanding jo thi, it was reached only today. So I think we have to see what the consequential.
Yeah, so we think it is a very important development. So will it be right to speculate that it will have a positive impact on trade and investment?
No, look, I would say right now it's your right to speculate. It is my caution as a minister to be careful in responding. So it has just happened, there will be now meetings to see what should be the next steps.
Okay.
So I wouldn't go so fast.
Okay. Understood. Yeah. So let's look at the big picture again when we talk about India's century. So how do you see India-China engagement and relationship going forward? Because if India's century has to be defined as really India's century, this whole balancing game between America and China becomes very important. How India is going to play that game?
I would take your question in a way in three parts. India-China, India-America, and India vis-a-vis China-America. India-China, I mean, in a way, if you look at it, we are the only two countries with more than 1 billion people. We have a certain civilizational history, and all of that people know. And today we are on a track of, I would say, economic recovery or rejuvenation. And there is no question anybody who's predicting, if you are predicting developments of this century, I mean, definitely you cannot leave India and China out of that equation. We are very, very prominent, very key almost in a way, I would say. But here is the challenge for us, which is that we are neighbors. We have unresolved boundary issue. There are, they have been rising. We have also been rising. So if two neighboring countries, two large neighboring countries rise next to each other in the same time frame, it's not easy. There are very, very few historical parallels for that. So managing this double rise, you can say. That too in proximity. If one was in some other part of the world, it's a different issue. I think these will require a lot of skill and a lot of deftness and diplomacy. The truth is our capabilities will change, our influence will change, our ambitions will change. Both of us will naturally want to be bigger and more visible and more effective in the world. So how do we get an equilibrium in our relationship? I think this is one of the big issues for us and for them. On India and America, I would say, starting with President Clinton's visit in 2000, we broke out of that American mindset of India-Pakistan hyphenation. And since then, from Clinton to Bush to Obama to Trump to Biden, actually you will see India-US has grown steadily all this time. I would particularly, as someone, I've been dealing with this relationship for more than 40 years, I would particularly say last 10 years, and I'm not saying it because I'm politically part of the government now, but the last 10 years, see, a lot of the ideological hang-ups that we had vis-a-vis US, we were able to put that behind and forge ahead much more confidently. Because a lot of the constraints were also self-imposed on our side. So I do think today that there is a very, very strong convergence between India and US. It is strategic, it is political, it is very deeply technology driven. When I look at the future of technology and what it means for global balances of power, I think it's certainly an area, a domain which will be very important. If you look at the people-to-people relationship, the size of the community out there, that has changed. So I'm very confident that relationship will do very well. It won't be automatic. I mean, बीच में कुछ problems हो सकती, but I am confident we will always be able to deal with those issues. Now you have US, China. Clearly there's a very sharp rivalry between them today. So these are calculations that they have made about each other. I think where we are concerned, we have to make calculations from our interest point of view. That we have to look at the world situation and say, okay, what are the decisions, what are the choices, or what are the issues on which, taking this step will help me in what manner. And I think that's really what we would like to do. That at the end of the day, if we are looking at a foreign policy which has a very sharp sense of what is our national interest, but also a sense of what is global interest, I would definitely say we would make those calculations and take those decisions and create, the right partnerships which will serve our interests.
Right. अभी दूसरा जो सेंचुरी में ये देखना होगा कि रशिया के साथ कैसे हम इंगेज हो रहे हैं और क्या होने वाला है दोनों के बीच. उसके पहले चूंकि आपने टेक्नोलॉजी का जिक्र किया, तो एक सवाल मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ आपसे. बहुत लोग इस सवाल को बहुत सिनिकल सवाल कह सकते हैं, लेकिन गवर्नमेंट के पास जो टेक्नोलॉजी, कंपनीज के पास डिफेंस स्ट्रेटजी, this will work out well, no problem. Pharma, etc., it will work out all well. But when it comes to big tech, AI, that kind of technology, even American political establishment is now not in a position to contain what is happening globally. I find it very complex task where India, despite having great public digital infrastructure, when it comes to the big tech, the entire world is now suffering in many ways, in many layers. I see this as a big monster. I don't know, what are your thoughts on this? Containing this is very important, and India can play a great role. That's why I'm asking this question.
See, we have actually demonstrated in this decade what can be the benefits of digital public infrastructure. And it's actually been revolutionary in this country, that very, very small things, shuru hua passport se, driving license se. Today, look how much faster your income tax is. Look at any kind of entitlement. And it's interesting, Initially, you would say, yeah, IT, digital, these are for rich people will benefit more. But actually, it is the common citizen. It is the most vulnerable, the lowest income person who's gaining the most actually from digital progress. That today, if you have a payment of, say, Kisan Samman Nidhi for the seeds and fertilizer, usko bina cut ke, bina rishwat dete, he manages to get it into their account. Okay? So, their health today, Ayushman Bharat, the housing, Awas, even the food entitlements. So what has happened is we ourselves don't fully realize, because I would say all of us sitting in this room, we do not avail of all the benefits and the programs which actually the government today extends. Because I'm in the political world and I go out there and I see this for myself, I can tell you there's a sea change out there. And even last 5-6 years, you can see the change. So we have done exceedingly well in this respect. And I think we'll keep growing. And I actually, in a way, I'm seeing, when I speak to counterparts in Europe or even in US, take something like election. Look how smoothly our election moves. And look at the digital preparation. Ki sabko pata hai, your voting, your entitlements, your counting, the whole system. Now, at that delivery, service, governance level, we've done phenomenally well. At the same time, have we produced those large corporates, what you call big tech? No, I would say most of the large big tech corporates are largely American and perhaps to some degree now Chinese. So America, I think, clearly dominates that field. We'll have to see in the, we are now moving to an era of artificial intelligence. Look, the tech world has a relatively short shelf life. They have to keep reinventing themselves. I'm sure somebody having a conversation 5 years from now, sitting here, would have a very, very different landscape that they would be looking at. But I definitely see these as opportunities, and they come as a package. Again, I give you an example. You should, it's really worth looking at today how many global capability centers have come up in India. Yeah. And how much work they're actually generating. That I think their share of exports, I read a report and which was quite dated. I think at that time was 120 or $130 billion. Now that's one example. Look at semiconductors. Again, we missed the bus. We had one establishment in Chandigarh which was 40 years old. And we actually had done virtually nothing in the semiconductor field. Till last year, we started the semiconductor mission and started pushing. Now, you can't be the 5th largest economy or at the end of the decade, 3rd largest economy and say something as important as chips. I have no contribution, I have no production, I have no companies in this field. You can't do that. You will simply end up then as a user of other people's products, technologies, with all the vulnerabilities that come. So I think you have today government which is thinking ahead, which is planned. As you grow, your planning, your strategizing has to grow along with that. So if you look today at semiconductor technology, or you look today at railway technology, you look today at the fact that we are trying to make an airplane in this country. We have made a fighter, we are now making a transport aircraft. So a country like us, if this is your century, there must be a manufacturing backbone to it. There must be a technology, emanating from it. All this comes as part of its being your century. You cannot do an India century based on service. You cannot end up as a good market for other people's products. That cannot be our fate.
Sir, you have some time constraints, so we have to wrap up and take some questions before we let you go. But I wanted to talk about Russia and then the neighborhood, because neighborhood situation is a sort of mixed bag. So let's first deal with Russia, how India-Russia relationship is going to evolve in this century.
You know, by the way, we're going to Russia. Prime Minister is going to Russia tomorrow. So timely question, thank you. Look, I put it to you very simply. If you look at our history with Russia after independence, I can say, and with fear of contradiction from anybody in this room, that Russia has never done anything to impact our interests negatively. Okay? It's a big statement to make, because there are, among the major countries, there are not many countries about whom you can say this. Now, today, Russia's situation is different. I think Russia's relationship with the West has obviously broken down. So you have a Russia which is turning much more towards Asia. So we have to ask ourselves, if Russia is looking more at Asia, should Russia not have multiple options in Asia? Should we, as an Asian country, not take, what is good for us in national interest? And clearly, Russia, as a major natural resources power, has a complementarity with India at this stage of development when we are big resource consumers. So, people talk about Russian oil, but it isn't just Russian oil. It could be oil, it could be fertilizers, it could be metals, it could be coal. So there is a whole economic logic to it. There is also a basic strategic logic that if you look at the Eurasian landmass, there are 3 big countries. It's like 101 in international relations. You always keep you always keep a balance. You will always keep a relationship with the further away country in very, very good state. So there is a logic, strategic logic, there is an economic fit, and I think the relationship, the history is a positive asset in that relationship, and that's how I see it.
और नेबरहुड के बारे में थोड़ा बताइए, एक एक देश को अगर आप स्पेसिफिक बताना चाहें. मालदीव्स के प्रेसिडेंट अभी आके गए, लेकिन बांग्लादेश के साथ एक नई सिचुएशन है. श्रीलंका में पॉलिटिकल चेंज है. भूटान के हमारे दोस्त यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं. तो नेबरहुड को आप कैसे डील करते हुए देखते हैं आने वाले दिनों में?
देखिए, नेबरहुड में हमें ये भी मानना चाहिए कि आज जो है हमारा नेबरहुड ज़्यादातर डेमोक्रेटिक है, जिसका मतलब है कि वहाँ पॉलिटिकल चेंजेस होती रहेंगी, जो पहले की सिचुएशन नहीं थी. तो आज जो है वी हैव टू बिल्ड अ स्ट्रैटेजी विच सेज ओके देयर कुड बी चेंजेस ऑफ गवर्नमेंट, एंड बिकॉज ऑफ द हिस्ट्री, बिकॉज ऑफ आवर साइज, बिकॉज also many common things we have, we will often be the subject of their politics, even if you don't want to be. Okay? So we have to accept that and factor it into our policy. So there will be ups and downs. So 10 years ago, 11 years ago, when Prime Minister Modi came to office, in fact, one of the early discussions we had was, how do we prepare for a neighborhood where there will be changes, where there will be controversies? And the answer is, if we can create a record, not just an image, a record of being the country which is a reliable friend, that, कोई भी संकट आए, भूकंप आए नेपाल में, मालदीव्स में वाटर क्राइसिस था, श्रीलंका में मडस्लाइड था, या कोविड के समय में people needed vaccine, or during when the Ukraine war started, there was a fertilizer problem. So at times of trouble, if the neighborhood understands, okay, there is this country, India, it's a generous country, it's a large country, it is willing to step out, it will not get into, I will do what you are doing for me, not that kind of reciprocity. I think if we create that kind of record, which I believe we have, and to me the sharpest example is Sri Lanka. When Sri Lanka got into trouble, within a matter of weeks, we stepped forward, and we stepped forward without subjecting Sri Lanka to, I would say, political, economic, and other conditionalities. So today in Sri Lanka, we have seen a very, very big political change in Sri Lanka. Okay, a party which has never formed a government on its own is today in power. But when I went and met the president of the party and the foreign minister of the party, for them, they actually said that, look, for us, every Sri Lankan in our minds, India was the country which stood by us at that time when the rest of the world was debating or looking away or negotiating. So with each of these countries, we will have, you cannot have this many countries and have their own politics and not expect problems. Now, there is also an issue in India that every time something happens, somebody will stand up and say, see, your policy has failed, you have a problem. So that is the time for me to keep my mouth shut and wait for the cycle to turn, and then, look very pleased with myself when things go our way. So, it's part of our debate. I know right now people are saying many things about Bangladesh, but I urge you to look at the reality of our relationship with Bangladesh. Look at the economic relationship, look at the trade relationship. We issue 1.6 million visas a year in Bangladesh, of which I think 30% is for medical purposes. So, the more we invest in our neighborhood, if today this neighborhood is, a country somewhere is producing electricity, another is buying it. One is refining petroleum, another is purchasing it. If a waterway runs from here to there, I use your port, you use my port. If, your tourists come to me and my tourists go to you, this is how you build a region. And I would say, the country which has set an example for the region is Bhutan. Because if you look at it, Bhutan started, it was actually Bhutan which had the wisdom to say, okay, let's collaborate, we will generate electricity out of Bhutan, and you commit to buy it. So there is a lesson which all of us have to learn, and sometimes,
जी जब मैंने पहली बार आपका इंटरव्यू किया था तो मैंने कहा हमारी पूरी बातचीत हो गई, पाकिस्तान का नाम ही नहीं लिया।
चलिए, अच्छा था ना?
नहीं, लेकिन अब मैं इसलिए ले रहा हूं क्योंकि आप जाके आए हैं और स्पेकुलेशन अगेन हमारा काम है करना कि नवाज शरीफ फिर बुलाएंगे प्राइम मिनिस्टर को।
सॉरी, स्पेकुलेशन क्या था?
नवाज शरीफ फिर बुलाएंगे प्राइम मिनिस्टर को।
मैं उनसे तो नहीं मिला था, और मैं गया था वहाँ SCO की मीटिंग के लिए, और जैसे मैंने पहले से बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से कहा था, आई एम गोइंग देयर फॉर अ SCO मीटिंग, आई एम अ गुड SCO मेंबर, I will be very supportive, and it was a Pakistani presidency of SCO, we were very supportive of it. All of us had an interest कि SCO की proceedings जो है बहुत smoothly चले, तो गए वहाँ, मिले सबसे, हाथ मिलाया, had a good meeting, और आ गए वापस।
चलिए ठीक है। तो इंडिया सेंचुरी के जो बड़े बड़े कंपोनेंट हैं, दुनिया के देशों के साथ रिश्ता कैसा रहेगा इस सेंचुरी को डिफाइन करने के लिए इंडिया के नज़रिए से, उसमें फिफ्थ सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट फैक्टर है हमारी इंटरनल सिचुएशन, इंटरनल डायनामिक्स, हमारे एस्पिरेशन, वो कैसे पैन आउट होंगे?
देखिए, मुझे अगर आई एम बीइंग अगेन, आपको लगेगा कि यह पॉलिटिकल स्टेटमेंट है, बट आई एम एक्चुअली पॉलिटिकल साइंस स्टूडेंट, तो कभी कभी मैं आई लुक एट इट स्लाइटली एकेडमिकली। See, if one looks from 1950s, there were actually, you can say, many lost decades of this country. If you look, maybe 1960s and 70s, हम लोग जो हैं socialism की दिशा में ज़्यादा गए, बहुत ज़्यादा state control कर लिया. We killed business entrepreneurship in this country. 80s में अगर आप देखें, instability, the lot of the opportunities. So, today we are talking manufacturing. Manufacturing globalization started in the 80s. Manufacturing globalization started in 80s and 90s. We missed the bus. In fact, 80s and all through till late 90s, because of political instability, because of, I would say, ideology, because of policies of various kinds, we actually did not do as well as we could have. We fell behind, particularly if you were to do a comparison with China at that time. So for me, when I look ahead, I would say political stability is absolutely crucial. That just look, अब 100 दिन हुए, थोड़ा 100 से थोड़ा ज़्यादा हुआ है, maybe now 130 days, 140 days. But you look today at even in this short period, the decisions which have come out, 12 industrial zones in the country, new infrastructure projects in this country, big skilling internship issues in this country, support for our agriculture in this country. अगर मान लीजिए तीसरे कार्यकाल की सरकार नहीं होती, you could not have got after this faster.
True.
So to me, political stability, political continuity is very crucial, number one. Number two, you need leadership. You need people who can look ahead and take big decisions confidently. If you say, if you have a leader who says, look, in this decade, chips will be very important. My country cannot be left out. Or if you say, rail is the backbone of transportation of this country, I cannot continue with a 1950s, 60s railway technology. I have to upgrade it to something else. So if you say, an Indian citizen must find air travel affordable. It should not be a privilege of a few people in metropolitan cities.
True.
So then you have, saying double the number of airports, which is what we have done in the last decade. So I would say we need vision, we need leadership, we need political stability. We need to motivate young people, give them that kind of opportunities. And that, in a sense, today in the government, when we look, in the cabinet, when we look, in groups of ministers, that's a kind of vision and motivation with which we are working. We are not working for a 5-year term. We also in the government, in the cabinet, we have Indian century in mind. That is what is driving us today.
Right. आपने अभी विजन और लीडरशिप की बात कही और आपने ये भी कहा कि ऑफ कोर्स इंडिया अपना इंटरेस्ट पहले देखेगा, वो तो गिवन है, और फिर आपने ये भी कहा कि ग्लोबल इंटरेस्ट के लिए भी काम
गिवन नहीं है, एक समय था हम दूसरों का देखते थे.
राइट. और ग्लोबल इंटरेस्ट तो देखना ही चाहिए. मेरा एक सवाल आपसे ये है कि जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी का डिप्लोमेटिक स्किल, जो डेफ्टनेस हमने देखा है, अब ग्लोबली बहुत सारे पॉलिसी एलिट्स ये कहने लग गए हैं कि एक्चुअली मोदी लेड इंडिया के लिए एक बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है नए ग्लोबल ऑर्डर को शेप करने की. उस रोल को आप लोग कितना अंडरस्टेटेड ढंग से प्ले कर रहे हैं या कितना फ्रंट फुट पर खेलने वाले हैं?
देखिए, हम दोनों कर रहे हैं क्योंकि कभी कभी समय, अवसर, मौका ऐसा होता है, यू हैव टू बी फ्रंट फुट. जैसे हमें लगा कि ग्लोबल साउथ की आवाज़ जो है बिल्कुल दब गई. सो लीडिंग इनटू G20, हमें लगा वी हैव टू गेट द ग्लोबल साउथ टुगेदर, वी हैव टू गेट बैक टू देयर कंसर्न्स which had got sidelined. That's occasion where you are, as you say, on front foot. But there are occasions where you have to be more deft. अब जैसे अब प्रधानमंत्री जी, he went to Russia, he met President Putin, then he went to Kiev. Okay. So now certain things, अब इसको आप पब्लिक में ब्रॉडकास्ट, मैं तो आपको तो नहीं बताऊंगा what is happening. So some things you have to do from little bit more discreetly, deftly. But I would say this, just look over the last 10 years. Right now, there is a war going on in Ukraine. How many countries, how many prime ministers, how many leaders have the ability to go to Moscow, talk frankly, go to Kiev, talk frankly, go back to Moscow and go back to Kiev? Similarly, there's another war going on in the Middle East. Now, not many people know that even in the last year, the number of times where actually we've had conversations with Iran and conversation with Israel. That's also there. True. You know, we are today in the global south seen very much, okay, you know, people trust us to stand for their interests. But please also see, at the same time, G7 is very keen ki bhai aap aiye, please join our conference. You are a big democratic market economy and you know, influential player. So how to in a sense make yourself relevant across multiple forums and multiple interests? I think this is something which, if you, as I said, if you have a confident leadership and if you are performing, look, at the end of the day, why are they all doing it? Because they're also looking at your performance. You know, when you tell people, look, I'm a 7-8% growth economy today, and if you tell politically people that I am a third-term government, believe me, there's a lot of respect for that. So it's partly respect is earned.
Right. Sir, my time is up, as producer tells me, but if you have another 5-7 minutes, we can take some questions. I will go by your...
All right, very okay. Fine.
Okay, quickly. Yeah, some audience questions, actually limited to 2 or 3. Mike?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, this. Yeah.
Yes?
No?
Can you hear me, sir? Is it working? Yeah. Sir, hi. Today, there was a threat issued on the Air India by the terrorist group and the Canadian Mr. Pannu or whatever he's called. What is our take on that, and what is the government's plan? Because we see a lot of issues with Canada, and this morning this guy has typically asked all people to refrain from flying Air India. So I see, what is your take on that, sir?
Ek saath, acha. Next question?
Yeah, here, this side, sir.
Yeah.
So good evening. We are talking a lot about technology, everything. But at the same time, there are people who are smarter than us, that is scammers, or the people who are cyber frauds. What is our take on that, and how soon are we resolving it? Because I have been hit recently with a huge amount of scam, and now I'm really feeling that cybersecurity is the biggest concern.
Right.
Right, so this is my question.
Okay. One more question, last.
Yeah, good evening, Shankarji. We have family and friends living in Canada. So how all this is going to impact our families and friends living in Canada? Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Let me start with that question. Look, I'm not aware of today exactly the specificities, but the broad point is, we have seen, this would not be the first time, we have seen threats to our airlines, we have seen threats to our parliament, we have seen threats to our diplomats, we have seen threats to our High Commission, to our leaders, and that is a source of concern to us, because if these threats, because they are cleverly worded, are then said, they are okay with freedom of speech, I think there are very serious issues. And the point which we make to the country concerned, let us reverse roles. Suppose you were at the receiving end of this threat. Suppose it was your airline, your leaders, your diplomats, your parliament. Would you take it as lightly as that? So, no, you don't get a second chance. I get to answer. So, look, my point is, these are exactly the kind of problems with which we started this conversation. That there are countries which feel that, your concerns don't matter, that's okay, that's part of our politics. But if the slightest thing happens to them, even if it is legitimate, they have they start jumping up and down. So, as I said, when I see today you're talking of something as egregious as the threat to the airline, I'm talking of something as simple as social. I mean, if a government can list out, 20, 25 Indian journalists, saying these journalists are today interfering in my country because they have made social media posts. And this is the same government which then tells you, a threat to airlines is part of freedom of speech. I think you ask yourself, whose credibility is taking a hit out here. On your question regarding, cybersecurity, absolutely. The more digital we become, the more cyber we become, it's a great enabler, it's a great efficiency. But with every change also comes the risk. Because, your data is on something. There are things you tell your phone, which you will not tell any living person. So what happens is that every part of that progress also has a parallel danger or vulnerability which comes along. So that is why today actually governments invest so much on cybersecurity. So you're worried about your telecom, you're worried about your apps, you tell people, on computer do this. If you look even at TV, why does, say, Reserve Bank of India or other banks put out these ads saying, please don't give your PIN number to somebody, don't do this, don't do that? Because it's in human nature to fall for some of this. So I think people need to develop that cybersecurity mindset also along with that. The third question the gentleman asked, look, I think we are having a problem with a segment of politics in Canada. I don't think, I would not take this into, about families being safe. I think, people-to-people relations, we would like to maintain it. I think we need to sort of narrow this down to and define this problem for what it is. So I would not be so anxious.
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर. आज सुबह प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने ये बताया कि इंडिया सेंचुरी का उनका विजन क्या है, और आपने बहुत अच्छे तरीके से बताया कि वो कैसे इम्प्लीमेंट होगा. आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. थैंक यू.
Well, a riveting discussion with Dr. Jaishankar. We are so grateful for his presence here. But on to one of the most compelling explorers of India's past and present. Well, the city of Jinns is a familiar place for our next speaker, who also has the pleasure of calling New Delhi home.
Absolutely. We'd like to invite up on stage author and historian William Dalrymple to talk to us on how ancient India transformed the world.
We'd like to also call upon Vasudha Venugopal right after Sir's done with his session.
Straight on?
Yes,
yeah,
please.
very good.
Wherever you're more comfortable.
I can stand. The Golden Road. So this is not about the Indian century. It's about the Indian millennium, stretching from around 250 BC to 1200 AD, when India was the center of the world. Think, first of all, look at this extraordinary image which just turned up in an archaeological excavation in Egypt. You can see very clearly that it's the Buddha's head. But everything else about this extraordinary sculpture is surprising. The marble is carved from marble in what is now Turkey, from Proconnesian marble in the Marmara Sea. It was constructed, we can tell from the drills, in Alexandria on the Mediterranean shore of Egypt. And it was found in an Isis temple on the shores of the Red Sea, at the port, Berenike, where generations of Indian sailors and entire fleets of Indian merchants used to land to bring their goods to the Roman Empire. It seems extraordinary that a Buddha would turn up in Egypt, but it should not be so when you consider that just as the Buddha's head is found in Egypt 6,000 miles to the west of India, so Angkor Wat, 5,000 miles to the east of India, is entirely an Indian planned project. In the galleries of Angkor Wat, you see the Battle of Kurukshetra, the Battle of Lanka, images of Krishna and his gopis, inspired by stories first told in the area here around Delhi. Why is this not better known? Why is it a surprise that India dominated Asia for as much as 1,000 years? Partly the story is clearly about colonialism, about the way that Macaulay and others like him said that a single shelf of good English books was worth the entire native literature of India and Arabia. But I think there are other factors too. Look here at this map, which people continue to reproduce in map after map, book after book, of what is said to be the Silk Road. We are told that the principal trade east-west in ancient times was this single line which ran from the Mediterranean to the South China Sea. Even its modern edition, which is called the Maritime Silk Road, which is the dotted line which runs down from Guangzhou through the Malacca Straits, bypasses India. The line just dots around the peninsula. It's the contention in this book I've just written, The Golden Road, that this is an entirely false premise. Memorize for a moment this map and the route it takes, and compare it with the actual shape of Roman trade with India, which is revealed by a new map put out by Oxford University this year. Here is a map of Roman coin hoards discovered by archaeologists. As you'd imagine, the center is Gaul, Spain, Greece, Italy, southern England, tapering off as you go northwards into Scandinavia and Germany. There's a lot of coins around the Mediterranean, a little tail down the Nile, a couple in Yemen, and a scattering in what's now Afghanistan. But look at India in the bottom right-hand corner. India is dotted with Roman coin hoards. In fact, it's now clear that India was the principal trading partner of India. India and Rome were the principal trading partners of each other in the early millennia BC. This book takes three big Indian ideas which traveled around the world. And the first, and in many ways the most successful export of ideas which India oversaw, was the spread of Buddhism. Out of the Gangetic Plains, in the mid-5th century BCE, then projected even further by the soft power of Ashoka. Ashoka, in 250 BC, converts to Buddhism, and in his reign, you see missionaries being sent out far afield, as far as Cyrene, which is modern Libya. You also see Buddhism spreading southwards. It's at this period that you see the first Buddhist monasteries in the Deccan, the famous and utterly beautiful Padmapani from Ajanta. You see the first Buddhist monasteries. This is Bhaja in about 150 BC, cut out of a rock face, cut out of living rock, but showing the exact lineaments of the bamboo and wooden architecture which we have now lost. This is dated 150 BCE. Then Ashoka sends his son Mahinda to Sri Lanka, and after preaching outside Anuradhapura for a week, the great stupas of Anuradhapura begin to be constructed, and we have recently discovered on the hilltop of Rajagala in central Sri Lanka the original stupa of Mahinda, with his name in Brahmi script on this very crude, very, very early stupa, one of the very first outside India, if not the first. In time, Sri Lanka becomes the center of Buddhist activity, and you see the projection of Indian ideas through Buddhism out across the oceans, out to Burma, to Thailand, to Malaysia. And by 100 AD, India is locked with Rome in a very regular trading relationship. The geographer Strabo talks about a fleet of 250 trading vessels waiting in the Red Sea at Myas Hormuz, at the top of the Red Sea. You can see the place here. Waiting to sail to Sri Lanka. Pliny, the historian, talks about the astonishing drain of gold from Roman pockets into those of India. And in the periplus of the Erythraean Sea, which is like the Lonely Planet or the rough guide of these centuries, there is a great intimacy. The Romans know every port on the west coast of India. They're particularly focused on Muziris in what's now Kerala, on Barigaza in what is now Gujarat, and on the mouth of the Indus. And it's not just the Romans and the Indians who are training. There are Ethiopians. Here are images from Amaravati of these extraordinary, handsome Ethiopian envoys turning up with gifts at the court of some Indian ruler. And we know the figures. The Muziris papyrus, which is a new discovery, gives the detail of one cargo. It's a shipping invoice taken out by a shipper in Alexandria about a single container that he was going to place in 150 AD for a ruler for a merchant in Alexandria. He was going to send 10 tons of ivory, pepper, spices, a thing called nard, which was used in perfume. And what's extraordinary about this document is it reveals the actual values of these objects. It shows that how much the Romans were prepared to pay for ivory and for pepper and for the other great exports of India. In fact, the figures are so enormous that scholars now believe that maybe as much as 1/3 of the total Roman imperial budget was paid for by the customs take at Berenike when these goods entered the Roman Empire. And so you have this figure of India being the principal trading partner of the Roman Empire, not China. And these are the goods that were traded from India. This mosaic is probably from the villa of a merchant who engaged in trade with India. And he has this figure, this personification of India in the center, taken from an image of a yakshi. She's got expensive silk around her knees. She's got pepper on a tree behind her. She's holding ivory, which is probably the single most lucrative export to Rome. Circus animals, tigers and elephants, rather like the rhinoceros we're apparently going to see in Gladiator 2 next month. And behind the tiger is something called malabathrum, which is used in perfumery. So these were expensive luxury items, and the Romans couldn't get enough of these Indian products. And this is what the sort of figure we're talking about. The yakshi holding onto a tree. This is the same figure that we get in that wonderful mosaic in Sicily. And if you look in excavations now, you're finding increasing numbers of expensive luxury Indian goods, such as this ivory yakshi, turning up in excavations in Europe. This is a yakshi from Pompeii. But you also find Roman objects shipping to India. So these are Egyptian glass beakers, the Pharos lighthouse in the center, the grape harvest, the gladiator. This was found under the American Air Force base in Bagram, brought by a Roman Egyptian ship to the mouth of the Indus, punted up the Indus and the Kabul River. And so that's why you see amazing parallels between the art of Central Asia and the art of Egypt. An image of the Buddha and his disciples at the top from Miran, now in the National Museum here, and a Coptic papyrus below. And it is from the Roman world that we get the figure of the Buddha, first changing from a symbol, like a pair of feet or an empty turban, into this figure on the Bimaran reliquary. And it is these very Roman faces that owe so much to the art of Rome that we see the drapery of the bodhisattvas in Gandharan art. So India was not in any way peripheral to the made trade networks in ancient Asia. This myth of the Silk Road has made India seem more peripheral than it actually was. In reality, we now know from solid scholarship and from archaeology that India lay at the heart of the ancient world. And Indian ideas were soon being transmitted through Afghanistan, through Bamiyan, to China, where by the 2nd and 3rd century we find the Buddha taking on the physiognomy of China. Originally, Buddhism is just a religion brought by traders into China. But by the 5th and 6th century, you find Gupta sculptures being copied by the Chinese all over Gansu and beginning to head further eastwards into the heartlands of China. These extraordinary, very Indian-looking deities and apsaras and Gandharvas floating over the Buddhist temples of China tell a story of Indian art having more and more influence, Indian ideas heading closer and closer to the Chinese court until it actually reaches Chang'an, and Buddhism becomes a minority religion alongside Taoism and alongside Confucianism. But the big breakthrough happens when this man on the right, Xuanzang, the Chinese traveling monk, leaves his monastery in eastern China, travels the length of the deserts of the Gobi and the Taklamakan, crosses the Pamirs, and comes to Nalanda University. Nalanda, which was then the Oxbridge, the Ivy League, the NASA of ancient Asia, visited not just by monks from China, but monks from Nepal, from Korea, and Japan. Xuanzang particularly came for the library in Nalanda. He says that the library is this extraordinary resource, 9 stories high, full not just of Buddhist texts, but the Vedas, science, mathematics, the works of Aryabhatta and Brahmagupta, the works of astronomy. Everything was gathered in this extraordinary space. And in particular, look on the left at the plan of the different monasteries and university buildings in Nalanda. It's the same as we find in Oxbridge. A courtyard, a cloister walk, and then the rooms of scholars leading off in 4 sides. This plan passes from the Buddhist Mahaviharas like Nalanda into the madrasas of medieval Islam and ultimately ends up in Oxford and Cambridge, where you see the same plan being used throughout the Middle Ages. Xuanzang can't believe his luck. For 20 years, he travels and studies and gathers the learning of India at Nalanda. And then he takes it back to China. 11 camel caravans full of manuscripts pass from Nalanda all the way back to Chang'an, where an entire pagoda, the Wild Goose Pagoda, is built to house them. We have still the copper plate that shows the founding of an expatriate monastery at Nalanda by the king of Srivijaya, the king of Sumatra. So we've got this huge international flow of students from the rest of Asia to India, recognizing India as the center not only of trade and the economy, but of learning, science, and philosophy. But the person who makes the difference in China is this extraordinary woman, Wu Zetian. She's only 15 years old when Xuanzang comes back with all his manuscripts, and she's part of the harem of Taizong on the left there. But she eventually marries Gaizong on the right, and this woman, who's the subject of a 250-part Chinese soap opera, eventually becomes the only woman emperor in 3,000 years of Chinese dynastic history. And she pulls this off with a Mahayana Buddhist coup d'etat led by intellectuals from Nalanda. For one reign, Nalanda-trained Buddhists take over the court in China, and Wu Zetian makes Buddhism the court religion. In the undercarriage, if you like, of Buddhism comes all the learning of India, the astronomy, the mathematics, the technology for sugarcane, and so on. Meanwhile, in Southeast Asia, Indian trading guilds have moved now eastwards. Rome has fallen in the 5th century. There is no more gold coming in from Rome, and the Tamil trading guilds pivot towards what they call Savarna Bhumi, the lands of gold. And it's in the 5th, 6th, and 7th centuries that you begin to see first wooden images of the Buddha, then small handheld images of Vishnu, and then finally vast Shiva lingams appearing all over Southeast Asia, and with it the Sanskrit language. Ships like this sail across the Bay of Bengal and arrive in the Mekong Delta, where Indic-style cities using Sanskrit from the 6th and 7th centuries begin to be built. Along the canals of the Mekong, you follow them and you end up at Angkor Baray, where there's the first Hindu temple in Southeast Asia at a place called Ashram Rosé on the hill of Angkor Baray. Inside that are these extraordinary Krishna statues. But what's interesting is that from the beginning, these statues have the physiognomy of Khmers. They're wearing Khmer clothes. So it's not a copy of what's going on in India. People in Southeast Asia take what they admire of Indian culture. It's not a conquest by the sword. It's an attraction of soft power. Indian soft power is so powerful that everyone wants a bit of it. And just as China takes on Buddhism, so you find Hindu kingship spreading throughout Southeast Asia, in Thailand, in particularly Cambodia, in Java and the rest of Indonesia. And by the 7th or 8th centuries, you have Sanskrit as the language of both diplomacy and culture, all the way from Kandahar to Bali. But again, it's slightly different from India. This is a picture of Jayavarman II, the founder of the Angkor dynasty, and he is depicting himself as Lord Vishnu. All over Southeast Asia, Brahmins are turning up, performing Abhisheka ceremonies, and renaming the rulers of Southeast Asia with Sanskrit titles. Suddenly, they are Suryavarman, Mahendravarman. The Pallava Grantha script of South India is now the basis for every single Southeast Asian script, Khmer, Pew, Mon, Thai, and so on. You even find the sacralization of the rivers and the landscape of Southeast Asia. Shiva lingams and yonis are sculpted into the riverbed, turning the main river of Southeast Asia into the Mekong, which is merely the Khmer pronunciation of Ma Ganga. So a new Kurukshetra rises in Laos, a new Ayodhya rises outside Bangkok, and a new Ganges flows through the center of it. India is expanding itself into Southeast Asia. A temple at Mahabalipuram on the left is built in almost identical form in Gedong Songo in Java just 5 years later. Images of the Ramayana rise outside Prambanan. And these grow to be larger and bigger than the temples of India, because the states in Southeast Asia, the Khmer Empire and Srivijaya, are larger too. So Borobudur, the most sophisticated monastery in Southeast Asia, and famously Angkor Wat, the largest Hindu temple in the world, in Cambodia, not in India. But finally, one last gift, 0 and the numbers we all use. Invented in Gupta India at the time of Chandragupta II, passed by them on through Gwalior and through early inscriptions in northern India to the Arab world. Here's the map we should all know in our schools. It's the numbers we all use today and 0 pass from Brahmi to the Gwalior inscription I just showed you, and then inform modern Devanagari, the Arabic script still in use in Saudi Arabia and Iraq, and the Western Arabic numbers formed in Morocco and Spain, which become the modern European numbers today. In Europe and America, we call them Arabic numbers because the Europeans got them from the Arabs, but the Arabs got them from India. They passed through the Barmakids, who were previously Buddhist abbots in Afghanistan. They convert to Islam, take over as viziers in Baghdad, and then they send to India for the works of Brahmagupta and Aryabhatta, which turn up in the 770s. These spread through the Arab world via the translations of Al-Khwarizmi, who writes a book called the Compendious Book of Calculating by Completion and Balancing according to Hindu calculation. That book is known simply as Algebra, from which we get the word algebra. The name of the translator, Al-Khwarizmi, gives us our word algorithm, but all are rooted in the learning of ancient India. And along with chess, these ideas pass in Al-Khwarizmi's version across the Arab world. On the right of the picture, you've got Sindh, where the copies of Aryabhatta and Brahmagupta are brought from. They arrive in Baghdad in the center of the map, if I can get the pointer here, and then they pass all the way up to Spain by the 10th century. But it is this young man, Fibonacci, who brings it to Italy. Fibonacci is brought up in Algeria, and he uses the Arabic numbers, but he knows that they are in the invention of the, here is Algeria on the left of the map, you can see Pisa at the top of Italy. He knows they are the invention of the Indians, and he calls them the 9 figures of the Indians and the extraordinary 0 through which any number up to infinity can be expressed. And Fibonacci goes back to Italy, where they're still doing long multiplication using Roman numbers, MCMVVX times XVVVV, and he explains how to calculate in what he calls the modus Indorum, the Indian method. And it's through Fibonacci's fame and the Liber Abaci that he writes that these numbers are taken up by the Emperor Frederick II, and a second edition is produced, which includes money lending, usury, the interest rates, the Indian method of accounting, and these different forms of Indian learning pass through Italy, inspiring the rise of the Medici banks, and ultimately the rise of European finance and companies such as the East India Company. So you can argue that the East India Company is using Indian weapons, Indian innovations against India. But the East India Company is another story for another day. Thank you very much for that quick canter.
Thank you so much, Mr. Narendra. What absolutely fascinating to listen to every time, and it's so incredible the soft power that our cultural heritage is. But from soft power, Parmeshwar, moving now to the quiet power of a fan favorite.
In fact, our next guest, she sings, she mimics. Lots of people argue that her talent knows no bounds. But before we let the cat out of the bag, we're going to let our colleague Arun Singh do the rest. Can we please invite on stage Arun Singh, please?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Arun Singh. And from making us all fall in ashiki to haunting her haters with 3-2, she is a blockbuster in every sense. On screen, online, and in our hearts. She's one of those rare stars who just connects with people both on and off the screen. She's got the Kapoor ka talent, the Shraddha of millions, and the charm that makes us say, okay, Janu. Let's give it up for the incredible Shraddha Kapoor, a talent who keeps winning hearts and setting new benchmarks with every project. Zordar taaliyan, guys. We need a bigger applause than that. Give it up for Shraddha Kapoor. A very warm welcome, Shraddha. Please have a seat. Haha, how are you?
I'm very well. Good evening, everyone. How are you all? Khana wana khaya?
Everybody is charged with their lunch.
नहीं तो ऐसे होता ना खाने के बाद की good, you know, you
नहीं,
want
but I'm sure
एक
yes.
आधे घंटे की झपकी. Sorry, you had your chai also. यार मेरे बिना चाय पी लिया.
We'll get her elaichi wali chai, Delhi special. Shraddha?
हाँ जी. And
There was a stampede that you created.
Arey, I would have come with a stampede myself if I knew you all were having chai without me.
Okay, guys, we have a Q&A session after we have this conversation, so you will be given an opportunity to talk to Shraddha Kapoor. Of course, there are a lot of people already waving at you, Shraddha, so we'll have that thing. But, you know, 93.7 million followers on Instagram, maybe more. This is what I checked last evening. And then 3-2 has Indian box office's #1. It's #1 Hindi film of all time when it comes to the box office collection. So she has beaten our Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Instagram. You've beaten Shah Rukh Khan when it comes to Jawan at box office. How does that make you feel?
See, first of all, the two gentlemen you're speaking about are phenomenal in their own fields.
Give it up for them as well.
They have been idols in their own right. We have an absolutely fantastic leader leading our country. We have an absolutely fantastic leading man of our Indian film industry who I have grown up being a fan of. So, you know, we'll keep that where it belongs. But to be very, very honest, I am very thrilled, very excited, overjoyed to be a part of a film that has gotten so much love. यहाँ पे किसने देखी है 3-2?
They're missing your choti also, your jadui choti. Everybody was expecting you to be coming with it.
No, I have it in my pocket.
Aha.
It's always with me. But it's so nice to see everyone, you know, mostly everyone's hands went up. So this is what I mean. I feel like to be a part of something, to be a part of a film where people have made that effort to go and watch it in theaters and, you know, hopefully all of you got entertained. I'm guessing you all did. And it feels great. It's been my childhood dream. So for me to get to do what I've been wanting to do as a child and be a part of really good films with fabulous filmmakers. Our director of Stree is amazing. He is, you know, he has consistently proved his craft. So for me to be a part of a film like this with fabulous actors, to be a part, the first part was, it paved the way for horror comedy in Bollywood. So to be a part of something that's a first as well is fabulous.
Yeah, it's an absolutely new niche that you guys have created. So kudos to that. You said बचपन से, you know, you've been aspiring to be an actress और ऐसी projects का, ऐसी films का हिस्सा बनने का आपका हमेशा से ख्वाब रहा है. क्या आपकी conversations होती थी with your parents because they are from the industry, your dad has ruled it for several decades. So किस तरह की conversation होती थी? Did you ever confront, you know, Shakti Kapoor ji कि मैं ये बनना चाहती हूँ? And what was that conversation like?
I'm sure there are a lot of Shakti Kapoor fans also over here.
Please raise your hands, Shakti
And
Kapoor fans.
because I have to tell you the kind of feeling that I get when people come up to me and say that, you know, we're a big fan of your father. It's another feeling altogether. So, and my father was not from a film family. He has come from Delhi. This is his home. मैंने बहुत ज़्यादा वक्त यहाँ पे बिताया in my childhood. And, you know, he had no background. He studied in acting school after he told his parents कि, you know, मुझे actor बनना है. And मेरे दादाजी की एक clothing की दुकान थी. And my Dadaji had also told him कि, you know, you work in a travel agency or something. And my dad was like, मुझे वो नहीं करना. And he pursued his dream. So he really, from time to time, he is sitting me down and inquiring, asking me, how are things going, how was shoot? Even when I'm thinking about signing a film, I go to him, I speak to him. I have tremendous respect for him because he is someone who has really, really made it from scratch. And his stories are very, very inspiring. So yes, I always turn to him. My Masi also, Padmini Kulhapure, she's been a fabulous actor herself. So of course, I mean, whenever I get that chance to sit and talk to them, turn to them for advice, they always give it to me.
Yeah, give it up for Shakti Kapoor sir as well. And imagine him saying, "Aankhein nikal ke gotiya khelunga" as a travel agent. I would have been intimidated for sure. So thank God he didn't choose that path. But you know, Sri too.
You know, if I have to add, because his stories are so inspiring, genuinely so inspiring. He would talk about how if he really wanted to work with a specific director, he would land up at that director's house, even though the security guard would not let him go up. He used to be like, मुझे उस director के साथ काम करना ही था. So he would reach that director's house in the get-up of the role that he wants to play and try and convince that director to cast him. And that's how he has also been cast. So to hear these kind of stories in my own house, you know, really, really motivates me to keep my head down and really be very grateful for the opportunities that I get.
राइट अब सीक्वल्स के साथ ये भी होता है कि रिस्क थोड़ा ज़्यादा बढ़ जाता है लेकिन आपके साथ वो केस नहीं हुआ स्त्री बहुत बड़ी हिट थी स्त्री 2 उससे भी बड़ी हिट हुई देन आशिकी के साथ ऑफ कोर्स कितने लोगों की कई यादें जुड़ी हैं अगर उसके सीक्वल की बात करें लॉट ऑफ फैंस आर आल्सो वेटिंग फॉर आशिकी 3 डू यू थिंक दैट्स अराउंड द कॉर्नर
Not that I know of, but because, I mean, I'm sure if the makers thought of a sequel, they would think of something very, very interesting. And of course, Ashiki 2 garnered so much love, so much appreciation. The story, that's why that's the film where everything changed for me. But you'll have to ask the makers that, if they have that in their minds.
Okay, but if they give you an opportunity, you'll take it up.
I mean, very honestly, I'm sure that if they do come up with something, it would be really, really awesome. And, you know, if I feel like it is something challenging for me as an actor, something different for me to do, I would be open to it.
Right. You're good at so many things, you know, acting, dancing, singing. Tell us one thing you're bad at. Is there anything? Or let's say not bad, but you're like, you think, okay, I need improvement there. Because I was just thinking about all the things that you do. And I was like, oh, she does it does everything.
See, now, if you're going to tell me something that I haven't learned, obviously, if I try it, I'll be really bad at it. One thing that I am really, really bad at would probably be coming up with an answer to that question, for starters. But what am I really bad at?
It's fine if
no,
you're not bad at anything.
now I have to
you
think
should be
about
really proud about it.
No, I have to think about it. I have to think about it. See, I will not be able to cook anybody a 7-course meal or something like that. If somebody tells me to do that, वो नहीं हो पाएगा मुझसे. But if you tell me to eat a 7-course meal, I will ace that.
What's one thing which you love the most?
Sorry?
What one thing which you love the most?
खाने में?
हाँ. डाइट पे भी होगे और वो चीज सामने आ जाए, you'll have it.
यार खाने में एक चीज चूज करना तो बड़ा मुश्किल है मतलब.
दिल्ली का कुछ स्पेशल?
दिल्ली में तो बहुत ज़्यादा चीज़ें हैं जो बहुत स्पेशल है. The food in Delhi is known to have fabulous food.
Right.
Of course, छोले भटूरे, of course, आलू पराठे, और क्या? And what else would I say? Kali dal, paneer makhni.
All of that. Now, we are at the NDTV Global Summit. Let's talk about Indian entertainment industry's global scene as well. We've had amazing past few years at global platforms, RRR in Oscars, Payal Kapadia winning Grand Prix at the Cannes, then Diljit in Coachella. These are projects and these are people, you know, who were working towards this global goal. Will that be on your list? How do you think the entertainment industry is really putting us on the global map? Is that on your wish list?
You know, I feel like the kind of journey that I have had as well, it's been very, it's been full of surprises, very, very honestly. So I don't specifically have a wish list. I also like to evaluate each opportunity for what it is. But of course, it's such a proud feeling to, you know, see our Indian film industry, our Indian films making an impact at a global level. You have, you know, all these festivals in which our films are showcasing. You have films like Lapata Ladies, which is a film that I really loved this year. I thought that it was a really lovely film. And definitely through our films, you know, you get a glimpse, not a glimpse, you actually get an entire idea of how our traditions play out in our films with our elaborate wedding sequences and even an evolving India you also get to see in our films now as content is evolving with the rise of OTT. I feel OTT has also played a big role in putting our films in shows like Sacred Games, Delhi Crime, you know, to make conversation at a global level. So I feel that it's a good time for India. It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level. And I would love to be a part of that as well if I'm offered a film that does that.
Lovely, we'll be waiting for that. And since you're talking global, all of us are also fan of her accents that she pulls off. Amazing. How many times have you been asked to do those accents? Because I'm going to ask you after this.
I'm very surprised. Actually, a lot of people are very interested and they think I'm doing a great job with my accents. But I'm sure that if you get an American, someone from the UK and someone from France to assess my accents, they'll just be like, गलत है ये, but मतलब बचपन में टाइम पास करती थी in front of the mirror.
हम तो मजे में कर रहे हैं, so please if you can demonstrate like 2 or 3 for us.
What would you like me to say?
Do you want to start with British or American accent?
और English में कुछ बोलूँ?
हाँ. We just want to have like 2-3 accents.
2-3 accents. अच्छा, okay. So, everyone's had a really good lunch today, it seems. I think all of you have had a good time, isn't it? Okay. They're like, yeah, we even had some chai without you, Shraddha.
Chai tea, is it?
Chai tea.
Okay, well, what's next? What after this? Any other accent? I think you do French really well.
French also, Asha. I think it's, you know, I try to do a French accent. I don't know how good it is, but, you know, I try to do it. But I don't know. Do you think it is okay? It's nice to be in Delhi, but when do you think it will stop raining? I don't know. It's just raining in Bombay and it's October and I don't know.
Give it up for Shraddha Kapoor. Before I ask my next question, I'll quickly have one question from the audience, and there are so many hands, and I am not going to choose it. Show your best smile, and Shraddha Kapoor will choose you. Raise your hand.
Everyone is smiling, which is such a nice feeling.
Display best of your smile. I don't know what that really means, though, but show us your smiling faces. Shraddha, who do you want to go to?
You have dimples. That's why you should be chosen. That's your reason. It's an advantage.
Yeah, and what's your hard work behind that? Genetics.
And second what? You're 2nd November born, that's why. What?
Okay, guys.
You're 7th March.
Let's quickly choose one, Shraddha.
Because you're in the same birthday month. That's why you're saying. You didn't know na my birthday was in March. Huh? Why don't we get both of them to ask?
Sure. Guys, if you can get them the mic. Go
हेलो
ahead.
मैम फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा कि आपकी आस्की टू आने से पहले उस टाइम आई थिंक 15 साल का था रोमांटिक गाने 1% पसंद नहीं थे लेकिन जब से आपकी आस्की टू आई ना आई एम ए बिग फैन ऑफ रोमांटिक सॉन्ग मैंने सुनना बहुत पसंद किया तो सबसे पहले थैंक्स आपको इस चीज़ के लिए कि आपने वो मूवी लाई और ये ड्रीम था मैम फर्स्ट बॉलीवुड क्रश आप ही हो
How sweet. Thank you so much. अच्छा तो कोई सवाल नहीं है
सवाल है
बस इन्हें यही कहना था ये फर्स्ट क्रश है
अरे अच्छा मतलब इन्हें बस he just wanted to make me feel nice so that's also
पहले ये
sweet.
बताइए फर्स्ट है बट अभी भी है राइट व्हाई डिड यू से फर्स्ट क्रश
To be honest, I'm saying that I don't have any crush in now.
ये कह रहे कि first और forever crush है ना
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. We have another gentleman that Shraddha wanted him to ask the question. Yeah.
Yeah, hello. I want to ask, like, you're looking so pretty in this business that I have.
Oh, that's
You
a
know,
question.
I have to say, I really wish it could work where you could just be like, I have 2 dimples and let's just, and you could just get anything.
I tried my best. So, yeah, I want to ask, like, recently you started a jewelry brand, and what was that idea, and what's the goal according to, like, you want to take it globally, and what it contributes to Indian century?
Oh, I mean, absolutely. If I can take my jewelry brand Pulmonas to a global level, I will try my best to. And that is, the endeavor. It's demi-fine jewelry. बहुत ही interesting category है, which, since he's asked this question, I will answer it. क्या है ना कि all of us, I mean, I don't know if all of you relate, but it's a lot of people find it very difficult to buy real gold jewelry because, of course, it's very, very expensive. And, of course, we all don't like our jewelry to sit in the lockers for most of the times. So we want to wear something that is, has quality finish to it. At the same time, it doesn't pinch your pockets. But we don't want to wear imitation jewelry, जो मतलब एक दो बारी आप पहन लेते हो तो वो खराब हो जाता है, टूट जाता है, आपको शायद rashes आ जाते हैं. So my jewelry brand is in the category of demi-fine jewelry, which is right in the middle, which is it's 18 karat thick gold plating on premium base metals. It's hypoallergenic. It is tarnish-free. It is waterproof. We give you lifetime warranty. So my brand is offering some really fabulous things. We also have jewelry for men and accessories for men and women also.
Shraddha's fans get a special discount coupon.
So
Maybe I'm getting one.
Absolutely. Yes. And what do you say? So my vision and my co-founder Pallavi's vision is that, we wanted to solve this issue where all these, Gen Zs and millennials and all of you over here are like, we don't want to pay so much for jewelry, but हमें एक अच्छी quality की jewelry piece चाहिए या many jewelry pieces. So definitely our vision is, to solve this issue and give really trendy, really good quality jewelry options to everybody out there.
One more question from this side, and then...
I'm wearing Pulmonas earrings.
That's
also.
why I asked.
Lovely, not so subtle plug-in. Please, one question from here. Yes.
Hello.
कैसे हो आप?
मैं एकदम मस्त हूँ, हमेशा मस्त हूँ. आप कैसे हो?
मैं भी बहुत अच्छी हूँ. I am your biggest fan.
Thank you so much.
One thing, my mama loves your Chum Chum song.
Okay. Thank you.
That's very sweet. You have a question, ma'am?
Yeah.
You have a question?
One thing, आपके भी आधार कार्ड पे वैसी वाली फोटोज होती हैं. आपकी बहुत अच्छी फोटो है.
यार मैं नहीं दिखा सकती आधार वाली फोटो किसी को. नहीं दिखा सकती, बिल्कुल नहीं. आप देखोगे तो आपको मतलब आप बोलोगे कि ठीक है, मतलब दिखाना नहीं चाहिए था. मैंने इन पर्सन देख लिया, आमने सामने देख लिया, तो आई थिंक ये सही है. इतना सही.
Let's meet. After this we will meet.
After this you want to see my photo, आधार कार्ड photo? I can't show you, but
No.
We'll meet, but I'll not show you the photo.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You have a question? Yeah.
श्रद्धा जी, मैली, और बहुत ही जैसे भाई ने कहा था कि आपकी वो फिल्म थी कि तेरी गलियां, जिस तरीके से बहुत ही एक तरीके से जो यूथ है वो ज़्यादातर बहुत अटैच हो जाता है, क्योंकि हर एक इंसान जब सोचता है कि हर एक एक्टर में होता है कि उसकी स्माइल बहुत अच्छी है, वो जब एक तरीके से डांस करती है, लेकिन आपके अंदर ही जब आप रोते हैं ना, और
तो आपको अच्छा लगता है?
वो रोना जो आपका वो ऐसा रियल वाला रोना है, एक बार क्लैप कर दे एक बार ज़रा। तो वो जो रोने की जो आपने ये स्माइल है, ये बहुत ही बेहतरीन वाली, जो जिसे
जब आप रोती है ना, मुझे क्लैप करने का मन करता है।
तो बस ये मैं कहना चाहता हूँ कि ये क्या नेचुरली होता है या आप बिल्कुल इस सच में
बहुत दर्द भरा है मुझ में।
आप ग्लिसरीन यूज करती हैं? नहीं,
मैं मजाक कर रही हूँ।
That's essentially the
But
question.
I mean, no, honestly, it's my job. It's a part of my job. So, जो भी सीन होता है, if you have to cry, उसमें हंसना होता है या रोना होता है, वो करना पड़ता है, तो it's a part of my job.
बहुत ही अच्छा, हमेशा
Thank
ऐसे
you.
करिए, आपके ऐसे मूवी बनते रहे और हम देखते रहे। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
Thank
Hi,
you.
Shraddha. I'm Dr. Adrita. The reason I can get to ask you a question because I'm a dentist and I'm a smile designer. So, like you were saying, you were looking at the smiles. So my question to you is...
So then you can also judge my smile, right?
Absolutely. Lovely
Okay.
it is.
How much would you rate it?
9 on 10 maybe.
Oh God, why did
so
you
that
cut one mark, man?
So I have to work on that one. What is the
Because
one?
Being a dentist, I'll have to look at your internal oral cavity properly.
Oh no, वो मत देखना।
Ma'am is
नहीं
straight.
नहीं नहीं, वो मत देखना, वो मत देखना। मैं अभी से I admit, मैं confess करती हूँ, मेरे पास 2 cavities है।
See, I got you. So I'm the zonal head.
मीठा
of
बहुत
dental.
पसंद है। Okay, ठीक है, ले लीजिए आप 1 point।
What's your question, ma'am?
Yeah, the question is, like growing up, were you scared of scary movies?
Scary movies?
Yeah, and how was your experience actually taking part in one? Because now, as of now, I don't have the courage ever to watch a scary movie. So I haven't seen Sri 2. So how was your experience seeing that or working in it?
You know, a lot of people, even after Sri, the first part, people were, little kids would come up and ask me that, are you really a ghost? Should we be scared of you or no? And it's interesting that people had this kind of a reaction because I am very scared of watching horror movies myself. And I have watched Sri with my hands on my face, myself. So Sri 1 में जब मेरा चेहरा बदलता है, I was scared of seeing myself transforming. So I am very scared of watching horror movies. And I have been as a, little kid, since I was a little kid. So I'm petrified of horror films.
Okay. Since you're talking about Sri 2, आप लोगों ने real locations पे भी कई जगह पे shoot किया है. कोई ऐसी भूतिया location थी या because रात को भी जब shoot कर रहे हो, कुछ ऐसी situation थी where you guys felt scared? या आप में से किसी ने कोई prank कर दिया and then it was difficult for everybody else because at the end, you are in that kind of situation where horror situations are being shot.
In the first film, in the first part, there was actually an incident on set, which, we spoke about.
By incident, you mean like somebody
एक
experienced
था
something?
कुछ मतलब पैरानॉर्मल सा इंसिडेंट हुआ था सेट पे विच मैं डायरेक्टली मैंने एक्सपीरियंस नहीं किया था बट राज एंड माय अदर को एक्टर्स वी हैड हर्ड अबाउट इट दैट अनफॉर्चुनेटली अ लाइट मैन फेल्ट समबडी पुश्ड हिम from a height. He was okay at the end of it, but there was nobody there. So, of course, this is what happened on the first film. But in the second film, ऐसा कुछ नहीं हुआ because, I had my choti also na with me, so I think the bhoot must have got scared. लेकिन अभी इसके पास ये चोटी है तो पंगा नहीं लेते हम.
मतलब चोटी ने तो ऐसा कमाल किया जैसे चोटी बढ़ती जाती है वैसे ही अब earnings जो है वो भी बढ़ती जाती हैं. Did you expect that kind of earnings? I mean, beating Jawan at the box office?
Very honestly, after being a part of this film and after reading the script, Sri 2, it was so important that we cracked a sequel that was not just created for the sake of a sequel being created. मतलब कि चलो पहला भाग इतना successful था तो दूसरा बना लेते हैं. What Maddock did, what Dinesh Vijayan did, Amar Kaushik, my director, Narendra Bhatt, our writer, and I have to give credit to Sri 1's writers as well, Raj and DK, who, are responsible for the inception of Sri, which got so much love. all of us, when we heard the film, we were excited. We felt that, okay, this is a sequel that is justified to the story of the first part.
Sure.
And when we were filming for it also, I did get that feeling, even before I started filming it, just when I heard the story that, yaar, mujhe lagta hai ki audiences will go to the theaters and watch it. But when it comes down to box office numbers, I have never really been able to guess or think ki yaar, it'll earn this much at the box office or anything. My wish is always that it'll be nice if it does really well. It'll be great if, it does as well or better than the first part.
Got it.
But that positivity was there. That feeling was there
So you
because...
had that conviction.
Because it was there because we knew we're a part of a great film,
Got
a
it.
good film. And I really feel like a good film makes its place in the audience's hearts.
Right.
Yes.
My last question before I wrap this. Has any of the senior actors, artists, reached out to you, complimented you for Stree 2? And if you can share who it was? Anybody that compliments stay? By the way, did Shah Rukh Khan, did you meet him by any chance since you've beaten Jawan? Did you get a chance to meet him?
No, first of all, I don't... I know you're saying this again and again that our film has done this and our film has done that. Our film has beat this film and our film has beat that film. Very honestly, the way that I see it, I see that any Hindi film doing well is great for the industry. I feel like I have long-term vision. It's, of course, very, very exciting to have one film that does well, but it's even more exciting when your industry is doing well.
Yeah.
And it's even more exciting when collectively a lot more films do well. So I would say that I got a very, very lovely call from Tabu ma'am.
Oh.
A very, very, very special and lovely conversation we had. She even sent me a personalized perfume with Stree written on it.
Oh.
And that's a very, very precious gift to me. And she had the most amazing things to say to me on the phone. She is a perfect example, Tabu ma'am, of really, really making you feel, or rather, this is how she made me feel. She made me feel so proud of being a part of this film. She made me feel empowered. I mean, she is one of the most iconic actors we have, right? So for it to come from her was really, really special.
Lovely. And how many of you want her to wrap this with a little singing? How many of you? You wanna hear Shraddha sing, right? We'll close it with a few lines, Shraddha, whatever you want.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
I'm completely out of time, though, ma'am. Keep it very quick if somebody can reach. Yeah, I know. I'm getting her a mic. If someone can quickly...
I can repeat her question, yes. Yes.
Because you talked about Stree, it came to me. Thank you. I think we need to know what's happening because we need to not modify, but really, there has to be an upheaval of women's role in the Indian industry. That means the...
So, ma'am, what's your, if I may know your question?
Yeah, because I was saying there's a lot of pay parity, there's disparity, that's being talked about, the Me Too is being talked about, but, even the image which you're projecting sometimes doesn't really match with what India is all about. Sometimes we feel. Sometimes you do powerful roles, not you, but the heroines in the industry, but sometimes they're very demeaning. So how would you, relate with that? What is your reaction to
So, ma'am, if I may, I feel like I didn't get a specific question from you. There was a lot that you said. Yeah. If you could make your question specific, a very, very specific question, I would be very happy to address it.
Yeah, there's three issues which were coming. One was that, of course, we're talking about the Me Too movement. How do you see? Because, we're talking about equality or equity.
So I think representation of women, the way...
Women in equity. And number two, the demeaning roles which women have to take up compulsorily. Why?
If I may ask, any specific demeaning role that you can point out to? Any
it's
specific
just
one?
without
Can
an-
we take this
no, if
conversation
I
off
may,
stage?
no.
We're completely out of
you know,
time. Shraddha, if you
I
wanna
would
take,
want
go
to.
ahead,
I would
but-
want to answer this. I don't know if this will answer your question because I am someone who will ask, specifically any specific demeaning role that you felt any specific actor has played or anything. I do want to say, definitely, from what I've gathered from what you've asked, because there were quite a few things that you've said, I do believe that our industry is evolving, just the way India is evolving, just the way Indian society is evolving. I feel like this conclave is also about, the evolution of India and also the impact that it's making at a global level. I feel it's a fabulous time for India. The same way I do believe it's a fabulous time for the Indian entertainment industry as well. I do believe that the way that Indian society is evolving, automatically even entertainment takes its inspiration, the stories, the narratives from Indian society as well. So if you see the trajectory of Indian cinema, if you see the trajectory of Indian society, it is parallelly, there is evolution happens, over time with that. So coming back to my point, I do believe, keeping this in mind, the way that we as, it's a fabulous time for India in 2024, where we are. Is it getting too intense for everybody?
Wasn't intense.
Because I think someone from sound feels like it's a little too intense. But if I may come back to my point, I do believe that it's a very promising time, just the way it is in India, for different kinds of opportunities and evolution in Indian society. It's a very promising time for Indian actresses as well to get opportunities with OTT platforms, to be able to be a part of experimental cinema, and also audiences are being more open to that as well. So I think if you ask most of Indian actresses today, they will say that, okay, we have exciting opportunities to choose from. We have exciting scripts to be a part of, be it on OTT where, there are so many opportunities, or be it in a theatrical film. I think, I'm giving a very long answer, but I really wanted to address. So I believe that there is a positive change happening.
Thank you.
Thank you
for the positive note. Thank you.
Quickly close it with some lines, if you can. Your fans want it. Do we want her to sing? Yes? Give a louder yes, please.
कौन सा गाना गाऊं? I'm just trying to.
Galiya? I mean, I can think of that. Or is there anything else?
I feel like I've sung Galiya so many times that. Guys, कोई suggestions? Sorry? अरे यार, उसके lyrics मुझे याद नहीं है.
Half Girlfriend का आई नहीं. There are many recommendations.
झूठी खाई थी कसम जो निभाई नहीं. कौन गाएगा मेरे साथ? आप गाओगे? आइए, please come.
We'll have to keep it very quick, sir. Please run. Please run, sir. What's your name? हाँ जी?
पिंटू सिंह यादव.
Quickly.
के लिए तालियां, please.
Go ahead. This is your moment, Pintu ji.
झूठी
खाई थी कसम वो निभाई नहीं, झूठी खाई थी कसम जो निभाई नहीं,
काटी रात मैंने खेतों में तू आई नहीं, काटी रात मैंने खेतों में तू आई नहीं, नहीं आई 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 तू तो आई नहीं. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks a lot, Shraddha.
Thank you. Thank you, ji.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Pintu ji. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया.
मस्त फोटो आया है.
मस्त photo. Go. Okay, sure. Sir, we'll take it up, sir.
I think इनका अगला सेशन शुरू होने वाला है, सर.
We'll take it up, sir. We'll take it up. I promise, sir. We'll take it up, sir. You've gotten pictures? Thank you. Thanks a lot, Shraddha. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, Shraddha Kapoor's put us in a tough spot because how do you match that act?
Absolutely. But let's move on now to a session that's extremely important as we discuss this new geopolitical reality and India's role as a peace mediator. Well, Western leaders say Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar's death could open the door for a possible ceasefire in Israel's war on Gaza. But of course, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said that the war is not over yet.
And Hamas has ruled out the release of Israeli captives until the war ends. But to discuss all this and more, we'd like to now invite on stage Israel's ambassador to India, His Excellency Reuven Azar and NDTV's Gauri Trivedi.
Good evening, everyone. And I think this is going to be a challenging session simply because after that session where you had a very popular Bollywood actress, we are now talking some very serious stuff about very serious challenges that the world is facing. We'll try and make it pacey. And thank you so much, Excellency, for patiently waiting.
I won't be singing the answers.
Okay. As we start this, these are questions, Ambassador, that I had sent you about a week back. And how fluid the situation is that none of them seem relevant now. They look dated. That's how fluid the situation is in West Asia right now. But let me start by asking, the attack that took place on Prime Minister Netanyahu's residence, how do you think that has altered the course of an ongoing conflict where the world is seeking a solution? Is it becoming even more evasive and far-fetched now?
Well, I'm not sure it became more evasive. I think that the fact that we have begun to do the job in terms of neutralizing the threats, first of all in the south and now in the north, is going to take us sooner than later to the de-escalation of the conflict. We have to remember that this is not a regular conflict. This is a conflict not about territory. It's a conflict about the existence of Israel. Because what Iran and their proxies are trying to do, basically, is to eradicate our country. So this is what we are fighting for, and when you are fighting for a thing like that, it's very difficult to change the ideology of the other side. So what we want to do is create a situation in which we can deter those people that want to eradicate us from continuing their violence. We have very defined goals. The cabinet of Israel has defined very specific goals to eradicate the military capabilities of Hamas in Gaza, to bring back the hostages, and to make sure that Hamas doesn't rearm and regroup. And in the north, what we want to achieve is a situation in which our communities, 60,000 people, up to 70,000, can go safely back to their homes. So it's not something that is far-fetched. We need 1701 resolution of the UN Security Council implemented. And the problem was that in the past, it wasn't implemented. So we have to find a mechanism. Today, the envoy of President Biden, Amos Hochstein, is in Beirut. And we want to achieve a situation in which we can actually reach a ceasefire, but under conditions that will be safe for our population.
On all your three conditions, what many are saying, whether it's the experts or the West, they are saying that it's now becoming a case of shifting goalposts, whether it is about the hostages release, whether it's about the war which started in Gaza and has now expanded to Lebanon, and also about the fact that a ceasefire, it was on the table but wasn't considered by Israel. How do you respond to all those three charges?
Well, first of all, as I said, the defined goals were defined by the cabinet. They didn't change. We aspired to get into a situation in which we can only concentrate in neutralizing the Hamas threat in the south. What happened was that on the 8th of October, in completely unprovoked way, Hezbollah started shooting at Israel. So after 11 months of trying to use diplomacy in order to solve the situation and reach the implementation of UN Security Council Resolution 1701, we had basically no choice but to use force in order to convince the other side to start moving in the direction that is desirable. So our goals have stayed completely unchanged. What has happened is that Iran has decided to escalate by expanding this conflict from Gaza to Lebanon, to Yemen, to Syria, to Iraq, and then, of course, by directly attacking Israel with a barrage of ballistic missiles that is unprecedented in the history of warfare.
Reports say that Israel hasn't responded to that attack, that 1st of October attack by Iran, those 200 missiles. And some reports seem to suggest that that retaliation may happen soon, and the window that Israel may like to use is now till November 5th, when American leadership is predominantly occupied by an election. Is that a correct assessment?
Well, the elections in the United States are not a factor here. What is a factor is that we have not only the right, but also a duty to retaliate, Gori, because actually imagine a situation in which a country like Iran is capable of threatening any country in the region with their military capabilities without any repercussions. This is completely unacceptable. So we have to, if we want to promote stability and prosperity in our region, and we are doing that with a lot of our neighbors. We have peace agreements with Egypt, with Jordan. We have done the Abraham Accords with the UAE, with Bahrain, with Morocco, with Sudan. We have advanced informal dialogue with Saudi Arabia and many other Arab countries. If we want to promote stability, we need to build the building blocks that are necessary. A security building block that is being done with the help of the United States through CENTCOM, and we have proved now, following this attack from Iran, that we are capable of defending the skies of the Middle East from this Iranian threat. But we cannot be in a situation in which the Iranians will feel free to attack us at any point. And that's why that security building block has to be complemented by our retaliation. And if we have a security parameter, a security building block, then we can have political stability, and then on those building blocks we can build the economic stability. So it depends on whether we succeed in our military operation to deter these aggressors from ever attacking us again. And if that succeeds, then not only the countries of the region, but also India and other countries in the world will feel more comfortable to invest in our region. Because imagine that any investment is hindered or is menaced by these unprovoked attacks that are coming from Iran and their proxies. That's completely unacceptable.
Two questions I want to ask on that. One, you mentioned about neighbors. There are now many experts who feel that the present situation and the ongoing conflict has opened doors for Iran to build some connects with some of the other states, and traditional rivalries between the Saudis and Iranians in the past, some of them could be probably ironed out, if not completely, then enough to ensure that there could be an anti-Israel united front. How do you respond to that?
Well, I think it's not realistic, and I'll tell you why. Because many countries in the region see in Iran a threat. They are not feeling threatened by Israel. On the contrary, many countries in the region see in Israel an opportunity to build this security regime and to acquire the capabilities that they need in order to create a prosperous and stable society. So there is a conflict between Sunnis and Shiites in West Asia. There is a situation that following the Arab Spring, so-called in 2010, the Arab state system collapsed partially, and into that vacuum, all the radical movements, including Iran, have penetrated. And that's how they've been able to control today 4 Arab capitals: Beirut, Damascus, Baghdad, and Sana'a. And in this way, they are undermining the existence of Sunni Arab countries. So if we do not show resolve, if the Western powers do not show resolve in countering this aggression, of course, many countries will have no choice but to court the Iranians, because they will be afraid from an Iranian attack. So they will, try to impede that, not because they feel friendship to Iran, but because they are afraid of it. Okay? So do we want such an environment to develop in our region? I think that the answer is no. So the answer is that we need to actually deal with the aggressors if we want to achieve peace and prosperity in our region.
The fact that after the elimination of the Hamas leadership, successive leaders have been eliminated by Israeli forces in the last couple of weeks, they've been able to recoup, they've been able to continue attacks, some small, some big, but the fact that they have an ability to recoup, many say that defeats the present form in which Israel is responding to these terror outfits. How do you comment on that?
Well, I think that people are forgetting what is happening on the ground. What we have managed to achieve in the Gaza Strip right now is that we have defeated the army, the terrorist army of Hamas, in a way that they cannot pose a threat, a missile threat to Israel. So we have neutralized that threat. We have destroyed their missile factories. We have sealed the border between the Gaza Strip and the Sinai, so it will be much more difficult for them to rearm, okay? And yes, we have a partial result when it comes to two issues. First of all, we have only brought back 150 out of the 250 hostages. We still have 101 hostages left. And we have not yet found a way, an efficient way, to remove Hamas from government. So there are now attempts by the IDF, in coordination, of course, with the government, to create new situations in which we will be able to, for example, distribute humanitarian assistance, so Hamas cannot actually hold the population hostage like they've been doing so far. So there's still some way to go. But in terms of the military balance, this completely changed in the Gaza Strip. In the north, we have somewhat of a similar situation because the IDF has managed to clear between 1 and 3 kilometers from our northern border into Lebanon, and they have discovered there huge amounts of weapons, silos, tunnels, and the infrastructure that an elite force of Hezbollah called the Radwan forces were preparing in order to invade Israel. So this is very clear, and that's, of course, on top of many other things we've done in Lebanon. So right now, the balance, I think, is changing in Israel's favor. We have to find a way to continue our operation in order to achieve the goals and achieve, possibly, political and diplomatic arrangements that will make sure
that
this
I was coming to just
okay,
that, sir, which is that one, that it's been a year in terms of the collective punishment approach that Israel has been following, right? It's largely
what do you mean by collective punishment?
In the fact that, there's also a large civilian toll for
but
Gaza.
that's not collective punishment. People sometimes are confusing between two things.
Okay.
The fact that, unfortunately, in wars, there is collateral damage, and especially in situations in which you have terrorist organizations that are, breaking any rule in the book, are hiding behind civilians and firing at civilians. They are using ambulances to transfer terrorists. They are using hospitals as military bases. When you have terrorist organizations that operate in such an immoral way, the civilian toll will be bigger.
Is bound to be high. But what I was coming to was that a year after this approach, there have been fantastic military successes, tactical successes that Israel has seen. Whether you take the pagers for the Hezbollah fighters, or whether you take some of the others, they've been, you've been able to eliminate several top leadership of Hamas. But how do these tactical victories translate into long-term political outcomes that can create the stability that the region needs?
Well, that's a very good question. I think that we will need cooperation from international stakeholders, and we will need a situation in which the military success is so decisive that the other side actually, out of fear for the survival, will want actually to achieve a diplomatic outcome. That's very difficult to achieve, especially in our region, because you are not dealing here in diplomatic negotiations between two countries. Like, for example, Foreign Minister Jaishankar was talking before about an advancement in negotiations between India and China. This is not a regular situation in which you deal in diplomacy between two countries. You are dealing with radical forces, terrorist groups that are led by an agenda of elimination. So it's not that easy. That's why your question is very good and it's very important. This is a question we have to ask ourselves all the time. And we are seeking cooperation from our American friends and from other countries that are willing to step up to the plate in order to help us stabilize the situation for the long term.
But many Western countries are now asking for an arms embargo as far as Israel is concerned. So in that, where do you fit in the political outcomes that Israel aspires for in terms of a long-term solution, even as it wishes to continue these
look, I think
military
that
strategies?
it's a bit confusing, the situation. I think that many of those countries that have stated statements like that, first of all, are not in the first place selling us any weapons, and if they do, it's pretty minor. And at the end of the day, they have political constraints within their own countries when it comes to different minorities. But it's not really, at this point, undermining whatsoever our military effort. So I don't think that this is going to be substantive in terms of how this war is conducted or ends.
I have two questions to ask, Ambassador. You've been very candid. And the one question is that everybody's saying that when is that day after going to come? You know, when you talk from a, you talk from a human point of view, when you talk from a, civilian point of view, you talk from the fact that the war expanded. It didn't start with Lebanon, it expanded. So when is that, day after going to come? Or has the Israeli political leadership decided to postpone that decision due to several of its own domestic constraints? That's something that many are asking.
I have to revert the question back to you, because the question is what kind of day after you want. If you want a day after that will look like the day before, in which, in a completely unprovoked way, you can be attacked by a genocidal terrorist organization, then the answer is, I don't want that day after. My day after is a day after in which we achieve military and political and diplomatic arrangements that will give us stability for the long term. And unfortunately, because of the decision of Iran to expand this war, this wasn't Israel's decision. As I told you at the beginning, we tried to stay confined to defend ourselves from the terrible attack against our communities on the 7th of October, one of the most savage attacks ever seen since the Holocaust in Israel, okay? So we wanted to stay focused on that. We didn't choose to expand this conflict. There were other parties that chose to do so. So we will have to give a proper answer to that. And if we succeed, then there is a chance that in the long term, these kind of attacks won't repeat themselves, not only against Israel, but also against other countries in the region and in the world at large.
There are 7 fronts. You're right about the fact that these terrorist organizations have tentacles and it's a 7-front war. But what, this session is about Israel's strategy for the region going forward. Yeah. What is that strategy against the Houthis,
as I said it before, it's building blocks. You have to have a security building block. We are building it together with our neighbors and our American friends. We have great intelligence cooperation. We have operational cooperation. We are trying together to defend the skies of the region, to secure trade in the region. So that security building block is it has expanded substantially following the Abraham Accords. It's going to continue to expand. That's number one. Number two is political stability. If we have a good outcome of this military confrontation, we'll be able to expand the Abraham Accords to include other countries in the region that want to join the wagon of prosperity and stability. And if we achieve in doing that...
Saudi Arabia, is that accord still on track?
Yes, and if we achieve in doing that, then we are going to have the possibility to implement larger projects, global projects, like IMEC, that are going to connect India with Europe and vice versa. So nobody is going to enter into this adventure of investment if we don't build the building blocks that are necessary. And that is our strategy.
Okay. Then this conclave, this summit, it talks about the India century. And I must ask you this, Excellency, that in a conflict where many developed countries seem to have said that at this stage, political outcomes look not very much feasible on the table for them. Some have even said that maybe countries like India or India can be at the forefront of possibly bringing stakeholders on the table. How do you see India's role in West Asia, and especially for this conflict?
Well, I think a substantial role for India, because India is a rising power. I was looking yesterday at the data. I saw that in the next year, when India grows by 7%, it's going to grow by $260 billion. And then the year after, it's going to grow by $300 billion. And then the year after, it's going to grow by $350 billion. Our economy is $600 billion. Okay? So what India
adding half an Israel every year.
Yeah. So,
Yes.
so what India has to contribute to the world is huge. India is going to become a powerhouse, a manufacturing hub, and it needs to be connected to the world. It has a lot to offer to countries in West Asia. I've seen how India has been working very well to increase the links with the UAE in the last year. And when all this infrastructure of connectivity is set, then we're going to see an incredible role of India in our region, because it's not going to be just about merchandise. It's going to be about manufacturing together. It's going to be about establishing, as we speak, there are communication cables, optic fiber, that are being built between Europe and India. So there are many aspects of this that are going to bring a lot of prosperity to our region, and we depend on the goodwill of India, on the investments of India, on the cooperation with India, and therefore that role is going to increase every year.
All right, Excellency, thank you so much for speaking at a time when there's enough and more that's happening in the region, and we are hopeful that this conversation could possibly bring a new dimension to a conflict that the world is wanting to end, but unfortunately doesn't look like ending anytime soon. Thank you, Excellency, for taking
Thank you, Gaurav.
Thanks very much for that very important conversation, of course, highlighting India's role as the mediator in the two raging wars, perhaps. But moving now to a very special session, Parmeshwar.
Well, for India to excel as a nation, I think we've all established that every single citizen needs to be empowered to fulfill their potential. But how do you prioritize the needs and voices of the communities you work with?
Well, to tell us more about this, we are delighted to call on stage Dr. Payal Kanodia. She will be in conversation with NDTV's Vasudha Venugopal.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In the last many years, we have heard about individuals with private wealth making a difference in society, actually trying to influence through initiatives various indicators in the social sector. We have one such individual with us, Dr. Payal Kanodia, Chairperson and Trustee, M3M Foundation. Thank you so much, Payal, for joining us.
My pleasure.
And I was going through the work that you guys do, and in fact, I was also talking to some of my colleagues, sustainability, scholarships, and sanitation. Tell us a little bit about what the foundation does.
So basically, M3M Foundation, it works on holistic development of the underprivileged children and their families and, their living conditions. So we have multiple projects around different initiatives. Like one of our projects is called Sarvodaya. That project works on integrated village development. So we are working in about 82 villages in New region, where we are doing sustainable development and building smart villages. Also, their people are themselves responsible for developing their villages, starting the initiatives in villages, and also they lead their own initiatives. Similarly, we have programs around education, art, literature, sports, and there's another program where we give scholarships to the children who want to establish enterprises in social sectors. Then we also have a project which we launched this year, which is called One Jeevan, where we started focusing on wildlife.
Okay. You said that you also want to create leadership, amongst communities that you work with. That's completely right, because communities also want to take ownership of the initiatives that are sort of like, working for them. How has that work been? In fact, this outreach to communities and giving them a sense of ownership of these welfare activities.
So, honestly, when we entered these rural areas of our country, and Nu being one of the aspirational districts of PM Modi, so the best thing that we learned, and the learning that came across during doing our ground studies with my team, was that when you enter a community, you have to become a part of the community and not impose what you want to do just for your benefits and profits. So we became a part of the community, we became their voice, we understood what they need, and which helped us designing the projects that communities were happy to own, happy to lead. And today, when we sit down and see the results of those projects, the women are entrepreneurs, they're more independent, they are running their village panchayats, they are running community kitchens in their villages. They also have, we call it Sankalp Vatika, so they grow their own vegetables. And to my joy, I learned it last week only that a group of women has actually gone ahead and purchased a small farm of their own where they are cultivating oyster mushroom and many more vegetables. And now they go and sell it in the market. They are making many products like that. They have their own dairies. They are learning to make organic manure, Jivamrit, and a lot many more things. So this is one beauty of it. When you work with the community, with their consent and involve them, they take the ownership beautifully.
Absolutely. Also, Payal, one of the interesting things that you do is One Jeevan. Wildlife is an area which has a lot of regulation, so it's not easy to work there as even for NGOs. And also we keep hearing about human-animal conflict. There are leopards getting into villages. There are elephants trampling over human beings. It's not an easy sector. Tell us a little bit about the kind of work that you do. Which are the states that you work in?
So this is the project that we launched this year, and it was one of my own dream projects where we wanted to work on saving wildlife, because I've always believed that we just cannot work, by saving humans or working for humans. We need to work at the ecosystem in toto. So that's when this project got designed, and we started our first project at Tipeshwar Wildlife Sanctuary, which is near Nagpur. So during summers, someone reached out to us and they said that, the tigers are dying because there's no water to drink. So we just went ahead and involved the local people and installed solar water pumps. So now these pumps only work at night, so they also kind of are only work in the days, and at the night they're not working. So they just pump water out of the ground. And to the beauty of it, in just 2 months of our intervention, we saw the entire wildlife, the flora, fauna, the carnivores, herbivores, in fact, bears, deers, all the animals coming back because everyone needed water. And also local communities got empowered because of this. Then we expanded this project to Koluchur Forest, which is next to Jim Corbett. Again, similar interventions where, we just made ecosystem more friendly for wildlife, and now we are expanding it to Pilibhit, where there is a lot of poaching that happens, illegal poaching that happens to Nepal for the tigers. And we realize that as the more we work towards the ecosystem in total, where it is animals, humans, trees, everything involved, the community around that flourishes on its own.
Right. Also, Payal, you are a sports person yourself, and you've invested a lot in training young girls in sporting activities. Tell us a little bit about that.
So my sporting journey actually started during COVID. I picked up this sport which is called kettlebell. It's a Russian sport, and there are multiple disciplines that are being played with different kinds of weight, and happened so that it became my passion over past 4.5 years. And this year I just won 2 gold medals in the World Championship in Greece. And this is also very close to my heart, because before this, I was actually supporting athletes and para-athletes in sports. We give them scholarships, and it's beautiful to see that India has so much talent. It just needs to get nurtured. Okay. And it's not just education. In our villages, especially, I come from a small village in Haryana myself. And there are so many children who do amazing in sports. They just need a little bit of hand-holding. And we have many children today, especially para-athletes. One of our para-athlete scholars won a silver medal in Paralympics this year. So many children, they just need someone to hold their hand, to guide them, to nurture them, and they can do wonders. And this is another way where we can help community.
Okay, and you sense a change in parents of,
So yes, the parents also become supportive because they see that, their children have a future in that.
Also, tell us a little bit about kettlebells. What is it, and is it like weightlifting? What is it?
So it's not a weightlifting sport. Kettlebell is more of a endurance sport, and it is a sport about your mental strength, because whatever you play constantly for 10 minutes, and after 2.5 minutes, your body strength literally gives up. And during my championship, I felt like, what am I doing? After 2 minutes, I literally wanted to throw the bells off. And then, something kicked, no, that I'm stronger than this. I need to, and I had a target set for myself. I was like, no, I have to beat my target. And this sport has started to reflect a lot in my personality, my work, what I do in my real life as well.
Right. I'm noticing this change with a lot of people who come from wealthy families. They feel far more responsible for society, and it's just not CSR, something that they're mandated to do. Tell us a little bit about this foundation. Is it something that your family runs, and is it something that happens, irrespective of the rules, that make it mandatory?
So M3M Foundation is a philanthropic arm of M3M India Group. But we are not, this is not a mandate for us. It's not a CSR. So a pool of funds come from my family income. Everyone from my family gives a pool of funds to the foundation. And it was a vision of my grandfather, then my father, and then me today, that we are running this foundation because we always, as a family, as a philosophy, have believed in giving to the society. And not just my family, I think this, the whole idea of giving to the society, treating people equal, giving people their rights, dates back to the ancient times in India. Even our kings, the rulers, or the queens, they would work for the society in different ways. So it is a part of that culture that my family always has loved to follow, and hence we are doing this. In fact, today when I sit here, I relate it to our PM's vision of, Viksit Bharat, the self-reliant Bharat, and a lot many more projects that he has launched over past 10 years. I think we are working in alignment with those projects, and they're giving us wonderful results.
Right. And do you think it's okay to go along with the government, or do you think that the government needs to do more to promote this kind of private philanthropy?
So government already is doing its bit, to be very honest. They have some amazing programs. If we actually look at them, they're designed very well. All we need is more public and private partnership, more involvement of foundations like ours and other foundations, NGOs, with the government and the community. So it's a tri-party thing. If we all look at it that way, instead of competing against each other, I think the programs are there, they are designed, the processes are there in place, the funds are there in place. It's just about now people coming together and doing some great work.
Right. Thank you, Payal Kanodia, Chairperson, Trustee, M3M Foundation, for actually, talking about innovation in philanthropy, which I think is really the need of the hour. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, by 2030, you can anticipate a revolution on Indian roads where actually 8 crore electric vehicles hum quietly, powered by a robust network of 39 lakh charging stations.
Absolutely. India's EV journey promises not only to redefine mobility, but to lead by example as well. And to tell us more about this, let's call on stage Kartike Haryani and our colleague Vishnu Shom.
In fact, Kartike is an entrepreneur by passion and an engineer at heart. For more than 20 years, he has built up business in the utilities, industrial and commercial applications of electrical engineering and information technology through building 3 core businesses of renewable energy, EV charging networks, and e-mobility for trucks, each of them known as Billion Energy, Charge Zone, and Billion Electric.
Vishnu, it's over to you.
Thank you very much. We're going to start this session now, and so do rev up for a journey into India's electrified tomorrow, where the horizon is powered not by gas, but by gigawatts. India is charging towards a cleaner, greener future with electric vehicles at the forefront. By 2030, anticipate a revolution on Indian roads where 8 crore EVs, ladies and gentlemen, hum quietly powered by a robust network of 39 lakh charging stations. Now, this isn't just about cutting emissions, it's a full throttle move towards innovation, job creation, and energy independence. With government policies fueling the surge and private sectors igniting the charge, India's EV journey promises not only to redefine mobility, but to lead by example in the global electric odyssey. Joining us, Kartikeya Haryani, founder and CEO of Charge Zone and Billion. Thanks very much, Kartikeya, for being with us.
Yeah, thank you, Vishnu.
I think one of the biggest problems in our country right now is, in fact, there are 2. Number one, the pace of manufacture of EVs. It's difficult. It's linked to semiconductor availability at one level. Secondly, the available of infrastructure to charge these EVs. So let's talk about the second part first. How soon before we have a realistically good nationwide spread of charging points?
Yeah, it's a very valid point, and EV charging infrastructure is a number one enabler or a deterrent whether to buy or not to buy an EV. Now, Indian automotive industry or Indian automotive market is comprised of few segments of electric vehicles, which is very unseen in other parts of the world. We have 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers, and 4-wheelers. And to begin with, luckily, a 2-wheeler segment is a home charging candidate, and therefore the charging infrastructure is largely driven either at your home place or a workplace.
Yeah.
While 3-wheelers and 4-wheelers will be driven by commercial EV charging infrastructure, and one has to really plan for it. Unlike we probably didn't see an IC planning, an internal combustion engine planning for refueling, because it all came along.
Yep.
The gas stations, the petrol pumps got built over the last several decades. But when it comes to EVs, yes, one has to think through carefully in terms of how the EV charging networks will be planned for. And the technology and the power electronics and applied electrical engineering, as well as the grids, they play a supremely or a very critical role into each of these segments. 3-wheelers are generally enabled by a battery swapping, for example, or it is also enabled by slow AC charging, which is done or built for various parking hubs. We call it overnight park and charge hubs. While 4-wheelers, that includes fleet of cars or fleet of LCVs or buses and trucks, also are getting enabled by what we call as hubs and satellite points for charging infrastructure. So for each of this electric vehicle segment, the industry players have started investing into this. 6 years ago, the standards got built into this. Later on, the local ecosystem in terms of EV chargers, OEMs, played a bigger part. The localization did happen in terms of the semiconductors, in terms of as well as power electronics, as well as in terms of several components which forms an EV charger as an equipment, got localized in the country. And today, fortunately, as a market, as a country, we are ready with chargers localized both for 3-wheelers as well as 4-wheelers.
Sure. One of the big concerns that a lot of people have when it comes to buying an EV car, for example, for themselves is, look, great, I can contribute to the environment, I can buy an EV car. But if you look at our road conditions and the temperatures, right, it's extremely hot. That means there's a high use of air conditioning. If there's a high use of air conditioning, there's a lot of pressure on the battery. Start and stop traffic means that, again, you're not getting very much efficiency out of the battery as well. And all of this has an impact on the life of the battery. In the case of EV cars, the cost of the car is largely the battery itself. What's the way around this? Is there any?
Well, I think it's a very, very good question, but more very pertinent point when it comes to adoption of an electric car, let's say. Yeah. However, in India, the market of electric cars or cars per se has been personal mobility. Yeah. And personal mobility is a micro-mobility in our country. If I ask you, Vishnu, that do you drive more than 51 kilometers a day? Maybe answer is not.
The answer is actually yes, of late. We moved to a new office.
Absolutely. So,
which means actually that an EV transition for me makes sense.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, 80% of the mobility requirement for an Indian consumer is less than 51 kilometers a day. Now, with this stat, yeah, EV becomes not only a natural choice for adoption, but it is also a question whether the cost makes sense. So we call it total cost of ownership, right? And lesser the utilization, then as an individual consumer, you'll say, well, I don't need an EV, or the payback or the ROI is not really attractive. Well, sans the benefits of the of going green or contributing to the environment. But well, there are good news around. Two developments have happened in the industry so far. Over the last 2 quarters, the cost of the battery has come down by half. Now, this was largely what we call as $200 per kilowatt hour for a very long time. We have seen the numbers around $120, $130 per kilowatt hour. The second good news is some of the OEMs have initiated battery as a service, which means, coming to your second part of the question, whether the life of the battery, temperatures, potholes, traffic, acceleration, decelerations, and so on, and it will consume the life of the battery sooner than the warranty period. But well, the good news are that some of the OEMs, and I can see that most of the OEMs will follow this queue, is in terms of bringing battery as a service. Right. In other words, battery and charging effectively becomes your fueling system. And what you are actually going to buy is a car without the battery cost, right, which means equivalent to a cost of a petrol car, for example, and then you pay for battery and charging as a rupee per kilometer. Yeah. So,
what about fast charging technology? Because that's another area which is a concern. People are impatient, and perhaps rightly so. Who has time to get 100% charge by charging for a period of 12 hours plus? But in the case of cars, I do know that fast chargers are available, but is the cost of a fast charger considerably more, and is its efficiency lower?
So, Vishnu, it's clear that fast charging is a key for adoption of an EV. And it's not about just cars, but also buses and trucks. Now, good news is for a charging company like ours, as ChargeZone, when we started off in 2019, there were green sprouts around electric cars coming into the market. Then electric buses started coming into the market post-COVID. And today we see the launch of electric trucks as well. So as a charging infra player, I'm agnostic to any of these four-wheelers. Now, as a priority, I will be rather enabling intercity mobility. In other words, the charging infra on highways has become our priority number one. Apart from roughly 450 plus locations we have in the country across 22 states already, we have also electrified 30,000 kilometers of highways in India. And effectively, you can drive from Amritsar to Chennai using our network, right, without any range anxiety, whether it's for your car, for example, or even for a truck for that matter. So, fast charging is a cornerstone, it's clear. But if I am going to invest onto a fast charging only for cars, well, I don't think I'm going to even make money during even my lifetime. Having said that, intercity buses and intercity trucks are going to be the biggest enabler for e-mobility ecosystem as India enters into a new phase of energy transition. And also we heard Prime Minister Modi early this morning was our net zero targets. India as a developed country, 2047 is one vision, but by 2070, though it's a 50-year...
But let me jump in and ask you one thing, since you raised it.
Yeah.
Why is the cost of an EV more than a petrol vehicle if, as you say, the cost of the battery has come down by half?
Yeah, right. So, well, it's clear that, and it's very, very kind of common sense approach to analyze this. When you move from a diesel car to a electric car, you are taking out the engine, you are taking out the powertrain. What you're bringing are the motor controllers. You're bringing the motor, e-axle, for example, which is the next big thing, and the batteries. However, battery has played an important role as far as the cost of EVs are concerned. Now, there is still a gap in terms of roughly 50% now between a cost of a diesel car on road versus an EV car. Well, the TCO, the total cost of ownership in case of a car, if you are at 1.5x, which is the case today, in this quarter you'll see that you'll see a lot of new launches, or come Bharat Mobility in January 25. You'll see new launches, or slew of launches by various OEMs, where the cost of EV will be 40 to 50% higher than let's say a petrol or diesel car, for that matter. But a TCO for a consumer will matter if he's driving roughly, let's say, 100 kilometers a day. Yeah, so that's where the TCO becomes very, very attractive, at par what is going to pay for petrol or diesel. Well, but if you, but at the same time, when we speak about car, let us talk about commercial EVs as well.
Sure.
Buses and trucks. And fundamentally, in both the cases, we have seen the cost dwindling down thanks to the cost of batteries and thanks to the volume uptick, because the other factor apart from the cost of battery is also the volume production as an opportunity by the OEMs, which also brings the cost of components down. Otherwise, it will stay higher. But in case of, just like in case of cars, I mentioned 1.5x, we have figured out as a platform billionaire that if an electric truck or electric bus is 2x the cost of the current diesel truck or a diesel bus, your TCO will be equivalent to a diesel cost, because thanks to the arbitrage of the cost per kilometer on a diesel versus cost of per kilometer for an electric.
Yeah.
Just to give you a context in terms of numbers, a bus or a truck, for example, will be 25 to 30 rupees per kilometer, while for an electric bus or electric truck, it is less than 15 rupees per kilometer.
That's amazing. Look, I'd like to thank you very much for chatting with us, and we hope to have many more conversations with you, doing perhaps a deep dive into where we are with battery technology, because that's fascinating, and it's an area that needs to really, really improve and be widely disseminated for all of this to actually work out in the future with 2070 in mind. Thank you so much for being with us, and thank you so much for being a part of the NDTV World Summit.
Thank you, Vishnu.
Thank you.
Well, that was truly a fascinating conversation. India's EV journey has truly been an incredible one. But moving on now, Parmeshwar, let's not forget the role of education in shaping the workforce of the future. I hear they're reimagining the curriculum so that our future leaders can answer the complex questions without Googling.
And well, the next session is about the role of education in shaping the India century with our very own TM Veera Raghav, who's going to be in conversation with Dr. Balakrishnan, Shankar, and Suresh Kudur. So over to you, Veera.
Thanks very much, Parmeshwar and Vedant. Yes, we've had geopolitics, you've got stardom, you've even spoken about energy and mobility, but it's important to address education, and the Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham has been addressing that with its campuses spread across South India, headquartered in Coimbatore, and with me is Dr. Balakrishnan Shankar, Dean of the School of Engineering, who was, who did his PhD in the United States, one of those who gave up that life in the States, came back to India to set up an institution where research is the focus, and also Suresh Kudur, Director for the Academia Industry Partnership. Dr. Balakrishnan, if I may ask you the first question, in terms of when we look at education and creating a future for tomorrow or the citizen of tomorrow, what would be the crucial focus, especially when it comes to technology and enabling a student to be industry ready at the end of the day?
Thank you, Mr. V. Raghavan. First of all, thank you for inviting us over from Amrita to this wonderful summit. To answer your question, let me answer your question in a slightly different way. In Amrita University, we started under, of course, our chancellor is Amma, the world-renowned humanitarian. And we started under her guidance a program called Live in Labs, where the parent organization has adopted around 100 villages across the country. And our students go and work there. They take it as an elective, and they go and they actually work there, and they try to find out what the main problem is in that village and come back and work on a cost-effective solution and deploy it. And they get credit for it. Now, that kind of innovative ambience, you're forcing the students with real-life problems, and you get to solve. And in the past 3 years, I'm happy to say we've filed 200 patents, and 100 of them are accepted, granted.
200 patents and 100 have been accepted?
Yes.
And these are all by students?
Well, students and staff, faculty together, of course. Yeah. But several undergrad students are involved, several master students, PhD students, everybody's involved. Yes. But what I'm trying to say is that the atmosphere of innovation, the university has to set up an ambience for innovation and research. And so we strongly believe in giving students, real-life projects, in faculty real-life projects. They involve everybody in an ambience of research. They look at what is the motto of Amrita University is compassion-driven research. So under Amma's guidance, we want to find solutions for the common man's problems. So we are not satisfied with just, with just publications and maybe even with patents. We want to deploy it, and we want to make a difference in real lives.
You're talking about innovation that can actually have an impact in society for the betterment in a country of that nature. And that would mean, A, is the technical knowledge of it. B, it's also about understanding the realities and identifying a problem statement.
Absolutely.
And how do you go about that process?
Absolutely. How do I go about that process? First, you have to identify what the problem is or what is the scope. Let me tell you, I'll use a small story to answer your question. When we were first setting up the wireless center, a center for detecting landslides, for wireless network for landslide detection, the director of the labs and the vice chancellor, we got the first funding from the European Commission. That was the first funding that Amrita got. This was in 2006, international funding. They went to Amma and said, we want to set up this center. Then Amma asked, so what are you going to do with that center? Oh, we will publish papers and the students will get their master's degrees and all that. And Amma said, if that is the case, return the money. And these people were very surprised. This is the first funding that Amrita was getting, and the chancellor saying, return the money. Amma said, the chance to save lives come very rarely. So if you can actually deploy your system in a place which is prone with landslides, and you actually save lives, then accept the money, otherwise you don't. So, when the accountability when you work for a saint is very high. So that's exactly what we did. We identified a village in Munnar, which is North Kerala, Middle Kerala, and which is susceptible to landslides, and we deployed sensors there, and we were able to predict landslides, and we've already evacuated the villages twice, and we've saved lives. And now the wireless center there is known as a world center of excellence in landslide detection. And recently, because of the Wayanad landslides, the parent organization is now putting in 15 crores worth of work to go and deploy it there. So the goal is, to answer your question, you set the goal very high. How do I actually solve this problem? And you have to have an interdisciplinary team. The key is interdisciplinary. So we should stop thinking about this department or that department. The key is interdisciplinary, bringing skill sets from various sides. Use AI, use the tools that you can, predict and solve.
And it's not just about interdisciplinary in terms of departments, but it's about bringing together, let's say, the industry,
Absolutely.
the society, the government all together. And that's where your role comes in.
Yeah, just is that on? Just to add to that, actually, like, how do you build this workforce for the future? You know, as we know, the technological disruptions, like, say, intelligent robots and generative AIs, they're all really disrupting and reshaping the whole job landscape. And that requires new skills. And say, for example, AI is a big disruptor. And it is estimated to replace around 85 million jobs in the next 2 years and create another 100 million jobs. So that requires new skills. Now here, one of the key differences, see, always automation has replaced jobs. But in the past, it's all manual labor-intensive jobs. The key difference this time is automation is replacing human intellectual functions. That is the key difference. So when the technology starts replacing the roles that need cognitive abilities, it completely disrupts the industry, business process, and production process, and that requires new skills. That is what Amidst is now focusing on, how to skill our students to take up not only current challenges, but even tomorrow's job profile, and that needs the real collaboration with the industry. So we have signed around 100+ MOUs with the key industry in the last couple of years. Across verticals, automotive, energy, IT, construction industry, all of those. And we are doing some of the key research projects with the industry. That makes students exposed to what is currently going on in the industry. They work directly with the industry projects. They go to the industry as interns and work there. And also, probably one other key points is the live-in labs, which Dr. Bala will be able to highlight, where students go to the rural areas, they work with the population there, they identify the problem statements, come back and come with a resolution. So they get to work on real-life problems, real-world problems, both in the industry and in the society.
So you're forecasting problems of the future for the industry, you're looking at existential problems in society,
Right.
and you're trying to get a student to innovate and apply that innovation to a real-life solution, if I can put it in a nutshell.
Exactly.
And how do you
Student
promote
and-
then the spirit of entrepreneurship?
Student and faculty.
Student and faculty.
And
as well.
very
How difficult is it? It's more difficult to make a student aligned to it or a faculty aligned to
See,
it?
you asked the right question. Say, the innovation, if you really look at in the knowledge era, the asset is actually intellectual property, IP, new knowledge. And the universities cannot remain as just centers of knowledge dissemination alone, knowledge distribution alone. They need to be knowledge creators. And that is where the innovation comes up. And innovation has to be, it's a mindset, it's a culture. You create new course, you introduce new subject, that will not create a mindset of innovation. It's a mindset, and Amrita is kind of focusing on that. Because let me tell you, innovation is not a natural ally to education. It may sound counterintuitive to at least to some, because education is training and skilling us to comply with what is existing. Now, if you want to disrupt, to change, you need to build that innovation culture, and that's what. And entrepreneurs is the drivers who will take that innovation out there, into the world. Like they are the drivers who take the knowledge as the fuel, use technology as the vehicle, and drive the innovation, road of innovation.
I'm just going to go off script a bit and just ask you both this question. How do you inspire that entrepreneurial spirit? Given that you have had an education system that was defined to cater products to the industry without having to actually reimagine it. Maybe we're walking into a very different world right now. How do you inspire that entrepreneurial spirit?
So I will just answer, then we'll give it to Dr. Bala. In the last year MSME hackathon for startup ideas, Pan-India 35 ideas were selected, and 9 out of them were from Amrita University.
So that's a great achievement in terms of how you encourage the students to start. We have Amrita Center for Entrepreneurship, where we encourage the faculty and the students to start their own. We have recently also launched Adeptly Incubation Center, which is a Niti Aayog scheme. One of them in Coimbatore is at Amrita University, where we encourage startups to come. And one of the focus area is e-mobility, and the other being cybersecurity. Two key areas like where India is going to add a lot.
So place where industry comes in to reach out and find these kind of young talent, which is both innovation and has entrepreneurial
They work
spirit.
together,
right?
Actually.
You asked me which is easier, the student
Faculty
or
or-
the faculty. Right now, the scenario in the world is that the student is able to catch up much faster. He seems to be, because the faculty is already trained in a particular way and needs to rethink. So it's more difficult for the faculty now because they've already come with some baggage. The student is fresh, literally fresh.
And
But
heavy
that's-
baggage some faculty come with.
Yes. That said. But that said, when you confront somebody with a real life problem and say, I want it solved, and you set up an ambience where different people from different backgrounds come. For example, I have, there are researchers doing AI and health. So they need to know health, they need to know how I can apply this. I can apply AI in predicting new materials. I can apply AI in discovering new drugs. So what happens is you need some domain knowledge and you need new skills and you need to set up an ambience that drives that forward.
And all this would be essential ingredients in creating a workforce for the future of India's
correct.
multi-trillion-dollar economy that you are
exactly.
aiming for.
It's one is the workforce, and the other is like on the higher end of the food chain, where you are leveraging the expertise of the internal researchers, collaborating with the industry to create new technology. For example, like one of the research area we are focusing on is hydrogen as a fuel. Dr. Bala is spearheading those research. Hydrogen is an alternate fuel, because hydrogen vehicles could be one of the options for tomorrow. Hydrogen production and the storage. That is one of the key research areas happening in Amrita, and we are collaborating with a lot of automotive companies. So that is how we take that research up.
Nested in the beautiful city of Coimbatore, in the middle of Western Ghats, I'm sure you have campuses around that place.
Yeah. Beautiful.
When it comes to that kind of a rural setting, the key challenge is also about getting more women into the workforce, more trained in that process. Is that a crucial challenge?
Thank you for asking that. Yes, we recently got the UNESCO chair for gender equality and women empowerment. And we've trained more than 100,000 women in a program called Amrita Shri, where we help several women across India who are disadvantaged, to set up small businesses and all that. We've used haptic technology to train women in various vocational skills, like in different skills. For example, haptic technology is something, it's like a robotic device that gives you force feedback. So using the same device, I can teach many trades using the same thing. For example, on the screen, let's say I'm cutting a pipe. On the screen, I have a pipe. I change the material of the pipe from PVC to steel, then the force I feel is different. So using the same device, I can train a person on different machining operations. So using that, we've trained a lot of women in various vocational skills. I'm building toilets in their villages and things like that, and then setting up water filters. So that has led to a UNESCO chair in gender equality and women empowerment that Amrita has got. And we strongly believe that because deep in the villages, there is still a lot of bias, gender bias when it comes to education. The son is sent to the better school, the daughter is not necessarily sent. We want to address that issue.
And in terms of instilling the desire, for instance, where one of the big problems that India has often faced and spoken about is brain drain, where you have top educational institution people going, like you went to IIT, did a PhD in the US, most stay back, you came back. From a rural environment and in terms of an institute that you're running, how do you inculcate and inspire them to look at social problems, which may not be monetarily immediately rewarding, but it could give great rewards over a long period of time. How do you go about that process?
Certainly, Dr. Bala, I myself did my MS in US and I came back to India. So, and that reverse brain drain is only on the rise nowadays. But as I rightly said, see, an institution like ours, we focus on, again, more enabling the rural populations and those students, skilling them who contribute back to the country. So there are a lot of those programs. Not only we get the intakes, we also give back to the society. As Bala rightly said, we skill women and for making so that they can make a living out of the skills. So that is something certainly we are looking at, and also we do support people who want to, students who want to go for higher studies. We focus on who want to get job. Almost 350 plus companies come for campus placement every year at the campus. We also encourage as entrepreneurship, where we facilitate. And one point I want to make is, see, most of the time why students don't jump into entrepreneurship is fear of failure. What if you try 2 years, 3 years and don't be successful, and can I get back to the job market? And if we can facilitate that, if we can assure that they will be taken care and they can come back to the job market, many students would dare to take up the entrepreneurship. That is something we must look at as a policy, that how to enable that.
I wish one of your students will come up with a technology to make more time, because we are run out of time on this conversation.
Great. And probably I want to make one last point is that academia and industry must understand each other's strengths and look for stronger collaboration for creating the technology breakthroughs and knowledge, so that we can make India a big economically as well as technologically advanced country.
On that note, and I hope, wish you all success. Yes, very quickly, sir.
Yeah, we, in Amrita, we not only have reverse brain drain, a lot of people coming back, we also have brain gain. There are people from other countries who have come and become our faculty.
Brain gain, not just reverse brain drain. Thanks very much for being
Thank
part of the
Thank you.
NDTV World Summit. And,
Thank you so much.
All the best on all your endeavors there. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you very much.
Well, through all the enriching discussions today, an underlying note has been the goal to leave a legacy that is honored, admired, and cherished.
And legacy is what our next guests are creating across one, not two, but 3 generations of the Bangash family. For the strings that bind generations, we would now like to invite on stage Ustad Amjad Ali Khan Saab and his sons Ayan and Aman Ali Bangash. They're in conversation with NDTV's Maria Shakil.
Thank you, Vedant and Parma. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the royal family of Indian classical music. Ustad Amjad Ali Khan, the Sarod maestro and his talented tribe. Aman Ali Bangash, Ayan Ali Bangash,
And we'll be joined by Abir and Zuhan in just a bit. Welcome to the stage, sir. From the timeless traditions of Indian classical to innovative global fusions, the Khans have enchanted, educated, and entertained us for years. Ustad Amjad Ali Khan and the family, sir, your music is India's gift to the world. Tonight, we are honored to receive you. Please.
We are very happy and honored to be here and grateful to NDTV for this opportunity. We are so grateful to God Almighty that God has gifted this precious gift of music in our family. My elder son, Aman Ali Bangash, and younger son, Ayan Ali Bangash.
Shukriya. Please. The mic is right next to you, Aman and Ayan. Yes. We would have loved to see Zuhan as well, but I think they would be joining you in the performance. So we would, it'll be rarest of the rare moment, as they say, to see the three generations perform together. How does it feel, sir, Ustad Saab, to take Indian classical music to the global stage? You actually signify that.
You see, classical music is all over the world. Most ancient music, Western world also, they still listen to Beethoven, Bach, Mozart, all the great composers, Tchaikovsky of Russia. So classical music will always be there till the time we have sun and moon. But these 7 musical notes, sa re ga ma pa dha ni, in Western world they say do re mi fa sol la ti. So the 7 notes have connected the whole world. Music has connected the world, and unfortunately language creates barriers. Music does not belong to any religion like air, flowers, water, fire, fragrance. So it's a precious gift. And seeing the flavor and the problems of the world, I have learned so much from the role of flowers, the role of music, and I feel like saying that I belong to every religion of the world. I belong to every religion of India. We are still fighting, we are still trying to kill each other like 2,000 years back. So what is the contribution of education? Education, unfortunately, could not create compassion and kindness in a human being. How can we think of killing each other? So I'm very, very sad all the time praying to God that there should be peace between Russia, Ukraine, and Israel, Palestine. I mean, we feel very sad. We feel very sorry for the people who have died, who have been killed in this war. So I think the young maestro will contribute better than me.
So let me go to the next generation now, and this is a question to both of you. There is something about your style which connects to the global audience. What do you think it is?
Firstly, good evening, and thank you for having us here. I think, one should not be aware of one's style, to be honest. For me and my brother, Ayan Bhai, we try to follow our guru, our teacher, and all the other great maestros that we have always had in this world. But people make you aware of that point that, maybe you're doing something new. For Ayan Bhai and me, it was very important because in our generation, there were a lot of friends of ours from school and college never knew music, Sarod. So we wanted to get Sarod into that whole electronic space, apart from being Indian classical Sarod players. So somewhere we, I think, have achieved just 10% of that. We are doing a lot of corporate music. We're doing a lot of albums. So we've done a lot of work together.
So what is the next 90% going to be, Ayan?
Well, I think it's a very long journey. Again, to start with, thank you for your very kind words of introduction, extremely overwhelming. So I think, in this field, especially when you talk about music, you're a student till the last day you walk this planet. You're constantly learning. The journey called life is making you evolve. It's making you absorb, and that is constantly doing something to your creativity and to your music as well. So that's why I think, to answer your question, I think it's all about vibrations. I think there's a very larger message when we do collaborations, when we do experimental projects, because we are conveying something at a very larger level, that we're all connected in a true sense. And today, healing is used for so many kind of ailments, and healing or spirituality, which is always a part of our music anyway. So, it's all about the language of vibrations. We talk about vibes, Gen Z talks about vibes and everything. So it's all part of who we are. And I think that is the larger message and the larger picture when we are
Ustad
creating.
Sahab, how do you connect with your grandsons? What is the message or the lessons that you give them regularly?
Yes, all the hard work to make them learn music is their parents. Ayan has twin boys, Abir and Zohan, and Ayan has given so much time, and I'm sure Ayan will talk better about that. But credit goes to Ayan and his wife Nima Sharma. So they spend a lot of time with Abir and Zohan. But it was difficult for, I was worried that spending so much time in school, how can they play music? Because school takes maximum time. But they come back and they have to do homework, and then Ayan make them perform and practice for 2 hours. So I'm very happy and I'm grateful to God that both of them, they look forward to share the stage with us and perform. Last year we performed in New York on the 15th of August. And 5 of us, when we play, English में वो sarod quintet हो जाता है. Sarod quintet. So there is a lot of demand for sarod quintet. So they are excited.
जनरेशन बहुत ही खूबसूरती से मिल जाते हैं.
बस वो कैप्शन भी कई जगह ऐसा होता है कि 3 generation and 1 nation. So all the legacy, all the continuation with the blessings of God Almighty. And in the life of Aman and Ayan, their mother's role is very important. Subbalakshmi Barua from Assam, she herself is an artist. So she spent a lot of time with them, and all the credit goes to their mother, whatever they are today.
And so let's take that thought forward. This is about incorporating global influences into traditional Indian music. And then taking it and making it about 3 generations and 1 nation.
Well, I think I would like to say कि इस काबिल है नहीं, दोनों बच्चे अभी बैठे हैं, बस for आशीर्वाद they are sitting. They need good wishes and blessings, and they're so blessed to be sharing the stage with my father. Aman bhai and I equally blessed as well, of course. But for them, just to share these moments on stage, because Indian classical music is not a written score. Everything happens on stage. So that's why it's just we don't know better. For us as a family, it's just a way of life. It's not really a profession. So that's why I'm just, whatever I know, I'm teaching them. And of course, my brother also sits with them. My father's, of course, teaching them as well. So it's a long journey. What they'll eventually do in between their Messi, Ronaldo, and their video games and sarod practice, I don't know. It's a long journey. So.
And lots of international concerts happening in India. Are they interested in watching it as well, Aman?
They're very keen on it, and especially with me, they're like friends to me. So if there's any concert where I go all out there playing a bit of fast music, they just say, Amanta, don't show off. So they're like, they're very honest, they keep us in check, and I think they're 2 beautiful souls, and I think they're very lucky to have him as their grandfather, and I'm sure they'll realize one day that what the grandfather means to them.
So what is a family moment when all of you are together, 5 of you?
A lot of noise.
A lot of noise, or is it a jam session?
Well, it's a little bit of both. It's a lot of fun because, they started when they were 10. I think they started doing shows from the time they were 10. I didn't see this happening. I think the silver lining of the lockdown was that I was sitting at home, so I could give all that time. So it's a lot of fun, and they have a great equation, with my father, with my brother, and of course with me. It's I mean, we lean between being friends and being formal because I have to also be the teacher sometimes. But I told them we're all colleagues here. I'm not a teacher. I'm just a colleague. So I've kept it very relaxed and easy for them so that they enjoy the process. And that's very important, to just enjoy the process. And, let's see where life takes you.
Yes,
then.
I'm going to ask just a couple of more questions because the audience is interested, in fact, perhaps, in watching all three of you, I mean, 5 of you perform together. Ustad Saab, इंडियन क्लासिकल म्यूज़िक की जो जर्नी रही है बहुत ही लंबी रही है और बहुत ही खूबसूरत रही है और इंटरनेशनल रिकग्निशन भी बहुत स्टेज पर मिलता रहा है. आप जब अपने खुद के सफ़र को देखते हैं तो कोई ऐसा लम्हा जो आपको लगता है बहुत याद आता है जब आप इंटरनेशनल स्टेज पे आपने परफॉर्म किया और उस वक्त एवरीबडी वाज सेइंग दैट ही इज़ एन इंडियन हु इज़ मेकिंग दिस मार्क?
जर्नी हम लोगों की ग्वालियर, माय बर्थ प्लेस, वहीं पर मियाँ तानसेन का जन्म हुआ, उनकी समाधि वहीं है और उनके गुरु स्वामी हरिदास जी वो वृंदावन में है. सो वी हैड सच सेंटली जीनियस ग्रेट मास्टर्स. तो वी आर फॉलोइंग द मैसेज ऑफ मियाँ तानसेन. वी कॉल इट सैनिया घराना. और हम लोगों का सबका 5-6 साल की उम्र से सूली पे चढ़ा देते हैं, स्टेज के ऊपर बिठा देते हैं. नॉट दैट वी वर नेवर, आई मीन आई वाज नेवर ए चाइल्ड प्रोडिजी, लेकिन वो तहजीब तमीज़ सिखाने के लिए, हाउ टू फेस द ऑडियंस, हाउ टू सिट. एंड जो अभी हम लोग अबीर जोहान के साथ कर रहे हैं, अभी वो कुछ भी नहीं है, अभी उनकी यात्रा शुरू हो रही है. बेसिकली टू रिसीव योर ब्लेसिंग्स एंड गुड विशेस सो दैट their yatra becomes easy and comfortable. तो 12 साल की उम्र से मुझे, because of my father's goodwill, उस्ताद हाफिज़ अली खान साहब, कि 12 साल की उम्र से लोगों ने बुलाना शुरू कर दिया. Every region of India nurtured me, encouraged me and gave me chance to perform. वो बंगाल हो, महाराष्ट्र हो, बिहार में हम बहुत जाते थे, यूपी, हर जगह से. तो ये जो हमारे देश का जो प्यार है संगीत, क्योंकि वी ऑल वर्शिप आवर गॉड एंड गॉडेसेस थ्रू म्यूज़िक ओनली. वो अगर अल्फाज आ जाते हैं तो वो शब्द बन जाता है, भजन बन जाता है, गज़ल बन जाता है, कव्वाली बन जाती है, लेकिन स्वर वही 7 स्वर है. रा 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 रा. ये 7 स्वर एक मंत्र है. मुझे आज भी याद है, माय फादर वाज रिसीविंग पद्म भूषण इन 1960 फ्रॉम द फर्स्ट प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया, डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रसाद. आखिर में वो भी पटना में ही रहते थे. आई हैड द ऑनर ऑफ मीटिंग हिम देयर ऑल्सो. तो आफ्टर द अवार्ड सेरेमनी वो रिचुअल है, मुगल गार्डन में टी पार्टी होती है. तो जवाहरलाल नेहरू, ही केम अप टू माय फादर, खान साहब कोई तकलीफ़ तो नहीं है. और देन ही लुक्ड एट मी, आई वाज यंग बॉय. तो हमारे अब्बा को बोला, खान साहब बच्चे से आप कोई गुरु मंत्र तो नहीं छुपा रहे, क्योंकि ये हमारे देश की हिस्ट्री रही है. द्रोणाचार्य थे बहुत बड़े गुरु. तो कभी कभी गुरु किसी चेले को ज़्यादा सिखाना चाहते हैं, किसी को कम चाहते हैं कभी कभी. तो अब्बा ने कहा नहीं मैं ज़रूर सब कुछ देने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ. फिर डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रसाद केम अप टू माय फादर कि खान साहब आप ठीक हैं, कोई तकलीफ़ तो नहीं है आपको. अब हमारे पिताजी बहुत ही कमिटेड, डेडिकेटेड आदमी थे म्यूज़िक के लिए और वो बहुत सिंपल थे. तो वो कहने लगे राग दरबारी की प्योरिटी को आप बचाइए. तो आई वाज फीलिंग एम्बेरेस्ड कि ये क्या कह रहे हैं और बेचारे हमारे प्रेसिडेंट को क्या पता दरबारी क्या है. कहते ये मियाँ तानसेन ने बनाया था, इस राग में लोग लिबर्टी ले रहे हैं, आप इसकी प्योरिटी को बचाइए. तो राजेंद्र प्रसाद जी बोले मैं खान साहब मैं ज़रूर इसको बचाऊंगा, और क्या सेवा करूं. कहते हैं मेरे नमाज का वक्त हो गया, मैं घर जा रहा हूं. वो वहाँ से निकल पड़े और घर आके हमारी माता जी को उन्होंने पद्म भूषण की खुशी नहीं बताई. कहते हैं राजेंद्र बाबू ने वायदा करा है कि दरबारी की प्योरिटी बची रहेगी. तो ऐसे लोग इस प्लेनेट में आए, ऐसे कमिटेड लोग, ऐसे डेडिकेटेड लोग. So I'm so grateful to God that my guru, I had my father like Ustad Hafiz Ali Khan Sahab. और यही मुझे फिक्र थी कि because I could not see my father as a young musician. तो जब ये लोग मेरी लाइफ में आए अमान, उसके 2 साल बाद अयान आए, तो मेरी यही ख्वाहिश थी कि I wish I can perform with them as a young musician. तो वो खुदा का शुक्र है हम लोग एक साथ बजाते हैं. Now grandchildren are also playing. तो ये सब देशवासियों का आशीर्वाद है, देशवासियों का प्यार है, और इस प्यार की वजह से मैं अपना स्कूल भी पूरा नहीं कर पाया.
और अयान, इसी थॉट से हम ये कॉन्वर्सेशन एंड करते हैं, उसके बाद आपका परफॉर्मेंस शुरू होगा कि this is a summit where we are celebrating the India century. We are talking about how India is the country to watch out for. And Indian music is the music to watch out for, given the kind of experiment that's happening?
I think India was always the country to watch out for, according to me. Lekin, I think today, so many interesting things are happening in the international scene musically. So many genres of Indian music. एक अलग रंग इंडिया का पूरी दुनिया को देखने को मिल रहा है. Music में ही नहीं, कितने fields में. So I think we have very exciting times ahead of us, and exciting creativity ahead of us, and a lot of interesting works happening. And I hope Aman Bhai, I and Abbas, all of us are also part of that exciting journey.
Thank you so much. And we now look forward to the moment all of us have been waiting for through the day. So, Arun, what do you have for us?
Well, of course, while they set up, I'll quickly come close to you guys, because I think as we wrap this amazing day, it's important to have a chat with you guys as well, the audience, and also maybe try to get a feedback, maybe try to get the highlights, what stood out for you, and then of course we'll see the magic unfold here. Let me quickly start from this part of the audience. Hi, which was your favorite session, sir, through the day?
Well, there were, if you ask me, there were a couple of sessions, especially the session by William Dalrymple and the session with the Israeli ambassador. Of course, we wanted that there should be some question answers in that session, which was a monologue exactly. And a session that we are having now is also excellent. And when you're going to have live program from Khan's family, it'll be great. So these 3 sessions of the day were excellent for me. Of course, the foreign minister's program was also good, but largely these 3-4 sessions I really enjoyed, and great to be at the NDTV Summit. And I wish NDTV and the Summit all the very best for the coming sessions tomorrow.
Thank you, sir. And I'll try to come at that part as well. Let's hear this lady here. What was the highlight for you?
Hello, everyone. My name is Yashvi Sadika Zaidi, and a student of conflict analysis and peace building from Jamia Millia Islamia, from Nelson Mandela Center for Peace and Conflict.
Which was your favorite session of the day, ma'am?
I think this World Summit was extraordinary experience, which was, of course, surrounded by, influential people of our time, from Shraddha Kapoor to Amjad Ali Khan. And what I liked the most was Shraddha Kapoor's insights into culture, how deeply she connects with it, the exchange of ideas, especially, was truly inspiring. And,
I got that. So you really like Shraddha Kapoor's. Yes, ma'am, we had a chat with you in that session, so I'll try to give others an opportunity. What's your name, ma'am?
My name is Sunanda, and I'm from Career Beacon. What I really liked is the session by External Minister, and that was actually an eye-opening thing, complementing what Narendra Modi has said. The second thing was the charging zone one, because I come from the mobility background. And finally, I made a note of all the 3 generations are going to perform. I'm eager for that. Thank you.
Same. I'm absolutely thrilled to see this. I'll come to this gentleman here. So please start with your name and which session stood out for you.
Yeah. My name is Raj Kapoor. Whatever the sessions has been conducted so far by NDTV World Summit are amazing, And primarily, I have been very excited by Mr. Jayashankar's session. That was very interesting.
Okay. Dr. S. Jayashankar has a huge fan following here, clearly. Anybody here who wants to share their thoughts on what the day was like, sir? Hi, what's your name, sir?
My name is Sumit Tandon.
Okay.
And the session that I liked most was External Affairs, our External Affairs Minister's session.
Yeah,
Dr.
clearly his
Jayashankar,
favorite, yeah.
outstanding, riveting, everything that he speaks about, you know, it's very gripping. So apart from the other sessions, that was the, the most amazing session. Yeah.
Right, and there's also then, you know, these conversations which stay with us. Yes, there were great sessions as a whole, but any conversation, any point by some expert, by our guest, and if you can stand up also, I want everybody to see you. What's your name, sir?
I'm Rohit Kumar.
Rohit. Okay. So, Rohit, which session first stood out for you? And second, what stayed with you?
Yeah. So the session was stuck in my mind this today was Dr. S. Jayashankar's session, where he discussed about the flight conflict, Air India conflict, and ongoing Canada conflict with India, which we are doing lots of diplomatic things over there.
Anything he said that you really liked and it stayed with you?
Yeah, the behavior of Canada on this upcoming conflict, which is not good. And the second was the Shraddha Kapoor session, her British accent.
Which was hosted by yours truly.
Yeah, and the French one. And the dance, the song by the Shraddha, on which Mr. Pinto Singh.
He's your friend. I know you're naming him because he's your friend.
Yeah. So Pinto also did very well with her.
You think Pinto has a chance of debuting in Bollywood?
Yeah, why not? He's doing great in Bhojpuri. Yeah. So
we'd love to search you, Pinto ji, and thank you so much for joining us on the stage back then.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Here, yes, I'll come to you, sir. Yes.
Yeah, hi, I like the William Dalrymple's sessions, I think, the most, because Jayashankar ji and others are obvious choices and favorites. But I think he made an attempt to tell most of the audience here about rich history and culture of India, which I'm sure many don't know. So since I'm studying history of India from other sources than CBSE and whatever, so that was quite riveting. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. Please, if you can have your name.
Hi, so my name is Mandeep Singh. I'm just trying to answer the question you asked the other gentleman about what was catchy about Mr. Jayashankar's, speech. Yeah, what stood out for me, the whole strategy, where he said, the countries whose borders surround you, you befriend the countries who are on the other side of their border, right? So that's why if China is surrounding our border, then having friendship with Russia. I mean, innocently, as a civilian, I thought it just happened by chance, but now I know there's a strategy behind it. So I think that's what caught my attention. Thank you.
Yeah, that was quite a smart point. Can we also hear it from the ladies? Anybody who has anything to add up? Yes, sir, I'll come to you. Anybody from the ladies? Okay, so before we hear it from a lady, sir, yes, what's your name?
Sandeep Marwa. I am from real estate.
Okay.
Each session was fantastic. Jabardast session the. Even I like the Damani, Ramesh Damani session. I had a joyride with Bhutan King, Bhutan Prime Minister. उनके साथ मैं joyride पे DTC bus, hydro bus में joyride लेकर आया था.
अच्छा. So that's how you really like that session, is it?
And this one, the last one.
The last one, yes, of course, and we are also, thank you, sir. We are absolutely thrilled to enjoy this performance as well. Hi, ma'am, what's your name?
Lata. Yeah, I think all the sessions, it was an eclectic mix of various people. Of course, I like Jayashankar. And you say, what did I like about his speech? I think it's so good that I don't need to listen to the words.
Yes, he's quite feisty, yes.
Hello, my name is Vivek Sethi. I am energy professional. So the session I liked the most was the session by the Bhutanese Prime Minister. And जो उन्होंने कहा कि किस तरह ग्लोबल साउथ इंडिया की लीडरशिप को देख रहा है और किस तरह ग्लोबल साउथ की एक्सपेक्टेशन है कि हम ग्लोबल साउथ को लीड करेंगे, वो भारत के लिए एक बहुत ही अच्छी चीज़ है कि आज हमारी सरकार में सिर्फ हमारा ही फेथ नहीं बल्कि हमारी गवर्नमेंट में ग्लोबल साउथ से लेकर वैश्विक इतना ज़्यादा हमारी गवर्नमेंट के लिए कॉन्फिडेंस बढ़ रहा है। और रिन्यूएबल में जिस तरह से बहुत सारे रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी के रिसोर्सेज भूटान के पास भी हैं, और इस तरह के फेथ होने से हमको जियोपॉलिटिकल और रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी में भी बहुत हेल्प मिलेगी। वो सेशन बहुत ही अच्छा था। थैंक यू।
Now I'll come to you, ma'am. Yes, you are the one who gave 9 points to Shraddha. If you can stand up here. Please, if you can stand up. What's your name, ma'am, and what did you like the most? Except your own question in Shraddha's session.
So I'm Dr. Adrita, and I'm the zonal head of Clove Dental. What I liked the most was the palpable power of Global India Summit. It somehow invigorated a huge amount of respect and great amount of joy amongst us. The way the dignitaries were talking about India, the way, of course, the Bhutanese Prime Minister spoke about India, he sort of so much of joy that he had studied in India. That's the pride he was showing. And I cannot forget what Modi ji said, AI as aspirational India. So I was completely spellbound, and I'm so glad I'm here.
But let's also talk about the 9 points you gave to Shraddha. She asked you to rate her smile, and you gave her 9 out of 10.
Yes, of course, because
You're quite a strict doctor, I must say.
as a doctor, I can't give her 10 straight unless I see her oral examination. So she herself said, I have 2 cavities, ma'am. So when she comes to my clinic in Clove Dental, I'm sure any of my doctors will be able to identify her 2 cavities, and we can also say, treat her.
Lovely. Thank you so much, ma'am. Anybody else who would love to share their thoughts? We'll quickly go there. I'm asked to move a bit slowly, so I'll be on my snail speed and then go to this gentleman. Hi, what's your name?
My name is Pratik Pandey. जैसे कि मैं एज ए इक्विटी डीलर काम करता हूँ फाइनेंशियल मार्केट में, और मैंने यूपीएससी की तैयारी भी की है। तो मेरा फेवरेट सेशन रहेगा जो जयशंकर सर का रहेगा, ऑलवेज भी स्पेशल। और स्पेशल ये था, श्रद्धा कपूर से मैम से क्वेश्चन भी पूछने को मिला।
आपने क्या सवाल पूछा था श्रद्धा कपूर से?
सवाल नहीं, बेसिकली जो थॉट्स थे अपने बताया था उनको बेसिकली।
या आपने वो क्रश वाली बात कही?
यस
आप ही हैं वो?
यस सर।
नाइस। बट थैंक यू सो वेरी मच। एनी लाइन दैट स्टेड विद यू क्योंकि देखिए जो गेस्ट हैं, ये जो डिग्निटरीज हमारे साथ आज आए, वो जिंदगी में बहुत कुछ अचीव कर चुके हैं, बड़े बड़े ओहदे पर हैं। सो व्हेन दे से समथिंग इट रियली गोज डाउन इन बुक्स। सो कुछ ऐसा पॉइंट किसी डिग्निटरी का, किसी गेस्ट का जो आपके साथ स्टे किया?
वेन एवर टॉक किसी भी चीज़ पे अगर नोटिस किया जाए तो बेसिक नोट इसमें जो चल रहा है फॉरेन मिनिस्ट्री से जो रिलेटेड था, कि जो साइबर क्राइम पे सर ने बात की, वो बेसिकली बहुत ही एक बड़ा मुद्दा है। और आज के समय में जिस तरह से सोशल मीडिया पे लोगों की एक्टिविटी ज़्यादा बढ़ रही है, तो देखा जाए इन फ्यूचर के लिए, आज के लिए साइबर क्राइम इज़ अ वेरी बिग थ्रेट फॉर एवरीवन. So this is a very good line for them.
Thank you very much. Last few feedback sessions here, if I can have somebody. Is there a Gen Z here? Anybody from that generation? Both of you? How old are you?
I am 22.
22. So we have a Gen Z also here. So I thought it's good to have that diversity. It's good to have that representation. So we've of course heard so many experienced people from the audience. But give me a young person's perspective.
Hi, my name is Pratham. So from my perspective, one of the things that I really would like to emphasize on was from Mark Moby's session. He mentioned about what to look when you invest in something, especially in the markets. And when there was the question from the host, he mentioned about P ratio. So me being a personal trade, I personally trade and invest in the markets and Forex. So he mentioned that P is not of that much importance that we give to a company while judging its share price. And one thing he mentioned is that we shouldn't be in a rush. We should take the process slowly. That is one very important line that a Gen Z youngster should, really understand and take away.
Okay, now let's also talk about the day 2. Now we'll have another day of this summit. No, my next question is to you only, Pratham. What are you expecting on day 2?
Tomorrow I'm expecting a lot more on sustainability, EV and other industry segments, that what all is happening and how the next decade or the next 2 decades would be, going ahead and progressing in India.
Okay, thank you. How many of you are attending our day 2 as well? I hope there are a lot. Any special or any specific session, sir, you are excited about for tomorrow?
We don't know the agenda for tomorrow. I haven't seen.
Sorry?
I haven't seen the agenda tomorrow.
Oh, okay, okay. Is there anybody else who's seen the agenda and is excited about a specific session?
Sir, मैं आर के वर्मा गुड़गांव से. Mr. Mittal is very practical. He told before 10 years and he told after 10 years. पहले सिग्नल नहीं आते थे मोबाइल में, ये दिक्कत होती थी. फिर उन्होंने किसी ने क्वेश्चन किया कि नहीं सर थर्ड बेसमेंट में सिग्नल नहीं है. उन्होंने कहा कि ये प्रॉब्लम अगले 10 साल में ख़त्म हो जाएगी. तो वेरी प्रैक्टिकल. तो आई एम वेरी मच इम्प्रेस्ड टू मिस्टर मित्तल.
Okay. I think, say that again.
Kareena Kapoor.
Really? Is there any favorite film of yours, I mean, of hers that you like?
I can't recall.
First, you don't read the agenda, now you don't know Kareena Kapoor's film.
Kapoor I like.
You like her as an actress, but maybe you've not seen a lot of her films. Yes, of course, we have Kareena Kapoor Khan also tomorrow having a session with us. So it's an exciting day packed. So if you've enjoyed today, you'll definitely enjoy our final day tomorrow. Hi, sir. Please start with your name.
My name is Anil Mathur. I'm the CEO of the Asian Engineers Company. We are the manufacturing material and the machines for the defense, DRDOs and all. The very good thing of this session was that it covers and shows that how the India, not only in the business, in other way around the spirituality and other things, it's going and leading and going to become the Wish Guru. So I hope that in another 10 years from now, we will not only lead to in the economic front, as well we will lead on the spirituality front also, and we will become the real Wish Guru. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Now let's start talking about the day 2. Anything specific that you want to hear? Any special session you are excited about?
Especially with the Kareena Kapoor session, and yeah, definitely I am a big fan.
Do you know her films? I mean, can you name three of her top films?
Yeah. Aitraj. Yesterday I was watching Aitraj, Ajnabi, and third one, Mujhse Dosti Karoge.
Oh, so you are Kareena's fan from that era.
Yeah. And first question that were you asking about how was the day? So all the session went very well. And out of all the session, I learned that all the global leaders, especially start from Cameroon to the Bhutan Prime Minister and all the people, I found one common thing that the people are very, very happy. The progress that India is growing under the leadership of our Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Modi. So that's one of the things I found very, very impressive and very, very thanks to organizing this big summit. And yeah.
Any takeaway for you, ma'am?
Yeah, I'm actually very excited with the Sarod players, and Ustad ji will be performing, so that is a very, so such an interesting thing to look upon. And currently that's all.
Currently that's all. Yes, a few more minutes, and I think we'll have this performance ready. We'll also go to this table. Now we're discussing day 2, okay? We have a lot of panelists who will be joining us tomorrow, and then there are some exciting conversations just like today that will happen tomorrow. So first, who are you looking forward to?
First of all, I would like to share my thoughts for today. The last session was amazing, and in the beginning you were asking what was the most catchy thing. So if I don't talk about what informative things have been shared here, the best part, if I say emotional, Ustad ji, he shared that it is a pleasure to see his young boys growing and sharing the same profession in his young time, because his father was not able to see him doing the same when he was very young. So that was quite, catchy and touchy to me, that time really matters, that what kind of, development you are seeing your grown-up doing the same thing.
Sure.
Yeah.
And any particular session for tomorrow that you're excited about?
Tomorrow, it depends whether I would be able to attend any of the session. It would be my privilege to attend the same, but let's see, fingers crossed.
Be honest, have you seen the agenda?
I will try my best.
You haven't? Okay. A last few voices. Yes, sir. Yeah, I'll go to Mrinal as well. Yes.
Yeah, my name is Arun Gaggar. I'm a mechanical engineer by profession. Tomorrow I'll be coming specifically for Mr. Amitabh Kant. Had he been present here today, I would have given a miss tomorrow. But since his session is tomorrow, I'll have to specifically come for him. And today's session also, I would like to say the Israel ambassador, I was not aware of this. It will happen. I found it very interesting. I was completely focused on that. एक बार भी मोबाइल उठा के देखा नहीं उसमें. Thank you.
Lovely. Sir, are you also addicted to phone? Because usually people say, oh, it's a younger generation who's addicted to the phone.
Everybody is addicted.
Everybody is, right? They should stop blaming all of these young ones.
Yeah, true.
You have a great name, sir. My name is also Arun, by the way. Thanks. Mrinal, our in-house champ. क्या हाल है? कितने थके हैं आप?
मैं 3-4 दिन से सोया नहीं हूँ समिट की वजह से और कल का जो एजेंडा है उसमें नाज डेली को लेके मैं बहुत ज़्यादा उत्सुक हूँ क्योंकि उनका जो दृष्टिकोण है जीवन के प्रति वो मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा एक नई आशा देता है जीवन जीने के लिए और काफ़ी अलग उनका पर्सपेक्टिव तो आई एम वेरी हैप्पी टू मीट हिम टुमारो.
Yes, lovely. Thank you so much, Pranal. So it was a great conversation, guys. Thanks a lot. With this, I would want to wrap this as we're running short of time, and I also want to give some silence, some peace before we have this magic unwind here. So from my side, it's a goodbye, and I hope you have a great evening because this is going to be magical. This is Arun Singh, and it's a goodbye from my side.
लीजिए आपका सामान.